That's noisy. That is noisy. Stop. Yeah. Additional hours. Hi Ben. What's up, what's up? Nihintay ko lang si Coachy. May gusto siyang pag-usapan. Hello, Alwin Omar de Guzman. Kamusta yung ano mo? Pag-apply mo. SBA. Yeah, I'm logged in. A shoutout. Oh, ba't hindi ko kayo ma-invite? For the live. Yeah. Hindi kita ma-invite, Coachy. Shoutouts. Shoutouts. What's that? Good morning, editors. What's up? What's up? Oh shit! Second day? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh. Umakit ka na, Coachy. Let's do this. I don't know if you're able to watch the whole Gary V video. It's interesting. Oy, good morning. How's Baldwin? Tulog po ba? Gising na. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Coach.
Hello.
Ano, kamusta na? Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Kamusta na mga bagong role natin dyan? Sleeping na po.
It's okay. Ang daming problema.
Ang daming problema, kailangan mo planchahin.
Mm-mm. I don't know if it's a good decision or something I would regret.
Yeah, management is never a good decision. You know that. Good for them, not good for you. But, oh well. Somebody need to do it. Yan ang sinasabi ko sa mga team ko, parang, pagtatanggol ko kayo, pero ako rin ang unang dadagok sa inyo, di ba? Ang ina nyo. Kung may ginawa kayong mali. Hey, I have a question for you. Do you have, like, anti-harassment training? Diyan sa inyo.
Ang, para sa akin po ba?
Yeah,
Anti-harassment training in the workplace?
yeah, in the workplace.
Something we don't cover um, normally kasi it's more on task focused training. So, hindi siya natatakal normally.
Ah, okay.
But in cases na meron kaming kailangang i-address na ganong um, instances or incidents, it goes straight to the management na. So,
Okay, so they just tackle it like per case. Something like that.
yeah.
Case to case basis.
Mm. Pero of course, part of the policy na hindi talaga siya pwede.
Yeah. Siyempre. Hindi naman dapat
Kasi
talaga eh.
we had a project manager before since yung mga BA is mostly from the Philippines, Mexico, Colombia, so different countries. And then project managers are the old policy kasi states that only employees working in the United States are able to get promoted. So wala pang siguro that's 4 years ago. So wala pang nakakaangat na BA or anyone from our team doon sa management position. And then, there is this project manager na ramdam mong mababa ang tingin niya sa mga non-US BAs. Kasi iba siya magsalita. Pag sa email, sa chat, or pagkausap mo through the phone. Iba siya makipag-communicate. And, of course, given na yung mga VA are not totally employees, contractors sila,
Yeah.
they still are liable to the policy. Sinusunod pa rin yung policy ng company, and that same goes to the project manager or anyone working in the United States. So, ang nangyari nun, kinomplain namin siya sa executive management. And then, na-reprimand siya tungkol doon. Although, nagbago siya ng order. Pero, it still shows na may konti siyang prejudice doon sa mga hindi from United States.
I think he's
And
racist.
that qualifies as harassment kasi
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
pag sa
definitely.
pag sa amin kasi siya nakikipag-usap, parang ang cold niya, and then at the same time, he doesn't respect your space na alam naman ng lahat na marami rin kaming ginagawa. And then when he submits a request, gusto niya siya yung unahin pag hindi siya inuna. And then parang ang sarcastic na lang mga response niya sa email. So something like that. And then ang last straw doon sa incident na yon is yung
Nagpapareflect
parang
siya sa
nagsalita.
ano niya. Papareflect siya sa behavior niya, like daily behavior.
Oo, parang ano, I don't know, siguro it's an American thing. Hindi naman sa lahat, pero it's, parang it's a common American thing na medyo mababa ang tingin sa non-American.
Ito may tanong sa atin, coach. Si Eda Joyce, is it really normal or common for U.S. agencies/companies to give lower rate to VAs in management positions? Oh, yes. That's the answer to that. Oh, yes. So, my first VA agency I was with, nung pinromote ako to sales, to business development director, they actually made that position specially for me. Kasi lahat ng sales nasa US. Tapos, ako lang yung nasa Philippines, like doing sales appointments and shit. I was getting paid like half what they were getting paid in the US. But same quotas, same responsibilities, and then, pero yung incentives ng nasa US also applied to me, but so did the same quotas and all that stuff. But yung basic ko kalahati ng mga nasa US. So I don't know
That's
if
true.
it's the same. I'm not saying it's the same for every company, but I think for a lot of them, yes. So may bala ka pa mag OM, Eda Joyce.
Gusto mo pa ba?
Kasi you probably can tell sa amin ni Coach na parang, can we discourage you right now?
It's worth it in terms of compensation. Yes, mas mataas siya compared sa regular BA. Pero, mm, kung ikukumpara mo yung sarili mo sa US counterpart, no, malulungkot ka kasi ang laki ng difference yung dalawa. I have a colleague from GBA to manager, 750 lang per month.
Huh?
$750 lang per month.
No.
Tapos yung US citizen is 750 per week.
May comment pa si Miss Eda. I have a colleague from GBA to manager, 700. Sorry, you're the one who read that. 750 per week. Yeah, that's common. Sad to say, but.
Pero yung 750 per month,
pang
for,
normal VA lang yun
oo, minsan mas mataas pa nga mas mataas pa nga ibang VA ko. Almost double. Ano ba yon? Agency or direct to client? Pag agency, I suppose, that's a possible rate. Oo. Pero kung direct client, that's too low.
Yesterday, the 4th. April 4th.
Siguro reasonable yung at least at 1,500.
Yeah.
1,500.
Use agency po actually barat nga. They always are. Because, we tend to be cheaper. So, yeah, that's the sad thing. But tama si Kochi, like, you shouldn't take lower than 1,500 as your basic.
Lowest na yon if you're holding a management position. Mababa na yon.
Yeah.
1.5. And then, eto nga, may isang may isang kwento rin tungkol diyan, yung tungkol sa lowballers. Kasi may nakita lang akong post before tungkol diyan sa Facebook, yung mga Upwork groups. Tas ino-offer sa kanya sobrang baba, half ng rate ng mga nasa US na. Ganyan din, same situation. Tapos,
Yeah.
nagpapadagdag siya, nagdidemand siya ng higher rate kasi experienced na siya, may credentials naman siya. No?
Yeah.
Kompleto naman siya ng skills. Ngayon, ang reason sa kanya, dapat nga matuwa ka kasi mataas na yan sa tawag dito, comparatively sa rate nyo sa Pilipinas, mataas na yung binibigay namin. Like,
Yeah, but that's not the right baseline for that.
yes, oo, totoo. Kasi, yung iba kasi sa US, yun nga, ginagamit nilang reason na kung tutuusin, mas mataas na nga yung binibigay namin kumpara sa sinisweldo nyo dyan sa Pilipinas. It's enough for your standard of living, parang gano'n. But that's out of the question kasi hindi naman basihan yung cost of living according to nasaan kang location, nasaang bansa ka.
Yeah, and what do they know about living here? They haven't actually lived here.
The funny thing is, may counterpart siya na Pinoy din na nasa management na siguro yun yung nagsasabi sa kanya na ay pwede na siguro yung ganyang rate kasi ganito lang sa Pilipinas. Common toxic Filipino trait.
Naniwala naman siya. It's not enough. Di ba ito transfer lahat? Hello? Are you still doing the freaking reports? So, ayan. Let's go to our main topic for today. Hello po, Loday. Magandang gabi po sa inyo. Ay, King Norms. Kamusta naman? You're awake. You're still up this late. Bumalik yung isang client. Okay. Bakit ka na? Hello, Donna. So let's go to our main topic for tonight, which is but gonna interest. Did you watch the whole video, the whole Gary V video? Are you
Not
a
not
fan?
yet.
Are you a fan
No,
of his?
hindi ko siya kilala actually.
Hindi mo
Nakita ko pa lang.
kilala? Okay.
No. Ngayon ko lang siya nakita dun sa video mo. Pero I got caught by what he said on the short part of his video kasi. And what you have commented about it.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, see Gary Vaynerchuk, or Gary V as he's called. Hindi Gary Valenciano natin. Si Gary Vaynerchuk. He's very famous social media personality, and he's I don't know if he's a billionaire yet, but he's been very successful with social media because he just understands it very well. And then marami siyang negosyo. I think his pinaka kilala na negosyo niya is his agency. Parang meron siyang management agency for managing like I think mostly athletes, you know. So parang talent agency, nagmamanage sila ng mga athletes and stuff like that. And of course he makes I don't know if he makes money from, you know, like teaching people, but apparently yung ano daw niya, hindi niya ginagamit yung social media pag nagtuturo siya, like, you know, when he teaches about how to be successful, he doesn't ask people to pay for that. All his advice that he uses in his business, it's all free. Like, he gives it away for free. Tapos meron siyang, sumikat siya because of his style on social media, which is, he's very upfront, and then, iharap niya lang yung phone niya na minsan hindi nakashave, mga ganon, nasa flight, mga ganyan, nasa airport, mga ganyan. And then, So his style of delivery on social media, maraming gumagaya. Tapos super fan yung boss ko dyan, kay Gary V. I mean, I like him. I used to follow him, especially on Instagram, and I think I still follow him on LinkedIn, but I don't want, because he's like, sobra siya maglabas ng post, so medyo aggressive. So I took him off my Facebook, mga ganon. But still a lot of I like Alex Hormozy better, but still a lot of the things that he says actually do make sense. So, and that video, nakita ko nakastitch na siya sa iba pang nasa TikTok. And then he said, it really struck me that he said, the reason why yung karamihan, pag nag-post on social media, hindi successful or hindi nagva-viral yung post. Bakit? Kasi you are making it all about you. Okay? And it's like, with the rise of social media, is this parang pananaw na me. Mansinin niyo ako. Like, look at
Isn't that the
me.
norm sa social media? I see a
Yeah,
lot
but
of influencers, they do content about themselves.
yeah, I mean, like, for example, if you're like a makeup, artist, whatever. Yes, and there's a very thin line about, like, between whether your content is like it's just about you, or if what you're posting actually has value to your audience. Like, pinafollow ko si Melissa Murdick. She's a celebrity makeup artist. And yes, like, she does, like, yung mga daily life niya na mga videos. So it is about her. But actually, sobrang dami mong madadampot sa kanya because she's a fan of the natural look. So, and she does the makeup of Selena Gomez, Salma Hayek, mga ganong celebrities. So you can actually see her rushing off to yung mga celebrity appointments niya, mga ganyan. But at the same time, she doesn't make it about her. Alam mo, hindi siya yung parang, oh, isn't my life so fabulous? I get to meet all these celebrities and I get to do this and I get to do that. Her
Mm-hmm.
life is like, her content is not about that. Her content is about, if you want the natural look, this is what I recommend. So, tulad nung mata ko, my eyes aren't perfect, malalim siya, ganyan. If you want to, and kung ganito yung, if you have hooded eyes, this is the best kind of makeup, blah, 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 blah. And then if you want to apply concealer, you don't need a lot of product, mga ganyan. So, although, yes, her content is a lot of videos about her daily life, yung dating kasi parang value add. Kasi nga, yung mga binibigay niya na tips is like things you can use for yourself. And I've used a lot of her tips. And then it's like, her life is also very interesting because, you actually get to see Selena Gomez sitting in her makeup chair, mga ganyan. So she's the real deal, diba?
Mm-hmm.
So, but pansin ko rin na tulad ng mga influencer, lalo na sa YouTube, right? Once the focus of their content shifts to parang, they start like, yung ugali nila, they start to become like entitled, bumabagsak sila. Diba? Or nagiging
Yeah.
viral sila for the wrong reason. Amber Heard, perfect case in point. Amber Heard. Diba? Parang her, like, and she still does like videos on Instagram and like yung mga reels and stuff like that. And parang, obviously, she thinks everyone else is really stupid. And siya lang yung maganda't matalino. Alam mo yung parang ganon. And then, kaya ka
Mm-hmm.
nga bumagsak eh. Right? Like, parang, you're out there in La La Land thinking that you are the queen of La La Land. Hello? La La Land doesn't exist. Hey, Ms. Ava. What's up? Thank you, Ms. Ava. So, you walk a really fine line when you go on social media and you put yourself out there. And I like, and I get it. Like, karamihan sa atin, we're gonna post pictures of our baby, our 2-year-old, our 3-year-old, kasi cute nga, mga ganyan-ganyan. But honestly, like for example, me, if I don't know you, you put out a picture of your 3-year-old, and I'm like, I don't know you, right? So, kung kamag-anak kita, ilalike ko yun. So, mostly, actually, nagpa-post ka for your friends, your family. But for other people that don't know you, like, it's like 50-50. They might like it and say, yeah, your 3-year-old son is cute. Or they might say, oh my God, what an ugly baby. And just skip past it. So, a lot of people, they go on social media, they post videos of themselves dancing, and then their dog and their 3-year-old and their lunch and stuff like that, and it is all about them, diba? So
Mhm.
it's sort of a hard. You really have to pay attention to, well, first of all, you have to identify like your audience. Like, do you have an audience or not? Tumatarget ka ba ng audience na hindi mo kilala or hindi? Right? Because if you're not, you're usually just posting for your friends and your family.
Yeah, that's true.
So, like, for example, so when I when I opened this TikTok account, it wasn't like, hindi ko siya sinadya na, oh, I'm gonna post about interviews and help people with interviews. Like, I didn't really give a crap. Like, binuksan ko yung this TikTok account kasi may isang influencer, she's sending applicants over to us. And she sent over like maybe 200 plus applicants, and
Mhm.
6 made it to an interview, and we've only gotten 1 hired. Kasi mo yun yung
But you
numbers
don't know the influencer.
I didn't know her then. But then when I was interviewing the applicants, they told me who she was. So I was like, and actually may mga incorrect info na nakakascade sa kanila. So that's why I went on TikTok. But I wasn't really fond of TikTok because as far as I know, it's like, oh, people just do a lot of dancing out there, and I don't frickin' dance, right?
Mhm.
So but I went on there because she's got a big following on there and stuff like that, and she actually is a really nice girl. Like, she's really down to earth, and she genuinely wants to help. She is associated with another agency, but alam mo, yung parang ganon. Yun lang yung reason kung bakit. Tapos yung napili ko yung the VA interviewer, I just thought, it's just something that I do, but it's not directly connected to the agency yet. Kasi hindi ko naman pwede i-cascade na parang, because it's my personal TikTok account, hindi ko naman pwede ilagay yung pangalan ng negosyo ng client ko, right? So I just chose it out of the blue for some reason.
Yeah.
So,
So that's somewhat similar to how I actually got into TikTok. Kasi yung TikTok ko has been around for 2 years na, since 2020.
oh, really?
Since
Wow.
wala akong, kumbaga, wala kaming magawa noon. We can't find anything interesting. YouTube is getting
Correct.
overrated. So everyone is already on YouTube.
At that time, yeah.
Yeah, at that time,
Yung
it's
pandemic,
pandemic, di
no?
ba?
Mm-mm.
Oo, wala
Diba?
kang magawa. You don't have anything interesting to do. So,
Correct.
yeah, I installed
You
TikTok, and
created
then
one.
for 2 years, parang ano lang, silent reader ka lang. Yung just watching people.
Hindi ka
Uh,
nagsasayaw.
no. Wala tayong ganun talent, madam. Hindi na kaya ng katawan lupa natin yun. And
Parehas
then,
tayo.
uh, just watching people doing their stuff, videos and all that. Puro short form lang before. Wala pa yung mga
Tama.
long form videos. So,
Correct.
it's quite interesting. It gets you through the entire day without being bored, because you don't get bored with short videos. Every now and then you can scroll up, and then after that video you can go to the next. Ganun lang. And then, because I don't know, siguro kaya wala akong initiative to do anything on TikTok or be a creator, because I don't know what else I can do for content, because I'm not, just for the record, I am not very camera enthusiastic. Hindi talaga ako
Me
makamerang tao.
either. Me either.
Hindi
Like
ako
until
makamerang
now,
tao.
I'm
Yan.
not comfortable on this medium or any medium or whatever medium. Diba?
And you know what? Before I create a video, at least now, may mga content na ako kahit papano. When I create a video, it takes me at least a day to think of, ano ba gagawin ko? Ano sasabihin ko? Sometimes I
Really?
just write down a script. Sasabihin
Yeah.
ko, kasi kahit ako lang yung kaharap ko sa camera, kinakabahan ako sa sarili ko. Kasi ayoko rin naman na post ka lang po sa video and then eventually ang purpose mo is to educate people and then everybody was like mocking you or laughing at you. So hindi yun ang gusto ko ma-achieve na outcome. And so yeah, very adamant ako to face the camera. And I don't have the body, I don't have the face to gravitate people over to my content. So I don't have all that and what else I can offer. And then the only thing I can share is siguro my experiences and knowledge about freelancing. That's the value I can share to the people. And then I was thankful that I found people here who actually shares the same interest or belong in the same community. Before kasi akala ko walang mga freelancers here talagang ano lang, everybody was just having a great time on TikTok. And then I found out that there are a lot of freelancing um, people here as well. So yun, I encourage myself to actually create contents na din about freelancing and all that, just for the purpose of sharing what I know, my experiences and all that. And then I've been experimenting contents, trying to see which one has better audience retention. So when we say yung audience retention, gaano ba sila kag-glued over your content? Kasi once they see the first 2 seconds of your content, pag hindi sila interesado, they will just scroll up and
Mm.
they're done. You'll be out of the algorithm. And then one thing I noticed, ito, very very profound realization. So
Profound.
not everyone is interested in something informative. That we can relate
Um,
that back to what Gary actually said. Doon sa
mm,
video. That's why para sobrang interested ako sa topic na to kasi
mm,
isa yan sa mga realizations ko when I started creating content. Not everybody is interested in something informative. And I mean, siguro hindi para sa kanila yung educational content, but majority that I observe don't show much interest in
oh,
information-driven
thank you,
content.
Jelly
It's
set.
just that I don't know if you are sounding boring to them or you look boring to them. I, I, I'm actually at loss. Kasi I've been posting content and then at the same time, I'm trying to see how that content is actually doing in terms of audience, um, views, ganyan. And then one thing I noticed, most of the long form videos na pinapost ko where I just talk about some specific topics, yung audience retention is just the first 5 seconds of the video.
Yeah.
And then once you get to the end of the video, there's only like 1 to 2% lang nung naging audience mo ang actually nagstay na panoorin yung buong video mo. The rest just scrolled up. And I don't know what's missing or talagang hindi lang nakakarating sa proper audience yung gusto mong i-share na information. So, I think that's something that I can relate to what Gary said doon sa video. So, yun lang. Siguro, it's a matter of finding the right audience talaga.
Thank you, Jelly set. Hey there. And hey, Ms. Donna. Oo, tama yan. Honestly, so, and this is one thing I noticed the difference between you and me is because I'm a Gen X, okay? That was one thing I was a little worried about. I was like shit, I'm like, these people are all like really young. Paano po mag-target ng audience? Well, you write down what audience you want. Diba?
Yeah.
Anong edad nila? Anong trabaho nila? May trabaho na ba sila? Mga ganon tipo. So, I was like, first for me is I really don't enjoy being on social media. Like, I'm on social media, but like, I just post whatever I want whenever I want. And then if I need to take a break, then I just ignore it for however long I want to ignore it. And it's very obvious that the audience on TikTok in general is very young. Okay, sobrang bata nila. They're all like mostly, I think most a Gen Z, and then meron ng Gen Alpha. Tapos syempre, like the millennials are all here, and I'm like what can I freaking contribute? Because
Yeah.
I'm old, you know.
Don't
I'm
say
old. Like,
that.
what the
Ouch.
crap am I doing here, right? But yeah, and that was one of the things that I was worried about. But so here's the thing you need to understand about my generation. I was born in 1973, right? Is yung point of view namin in general is kind of all the same, okay? Which is that we don't really give a crap. And the reason for that is because kung paano kami lumaki. Kami yung unang generation na a lot of our parents, both of them were working. So, yung kami, ang unang generation na binibigyan lang ng susi, o ito yung susi, pasok ka na lang sa bahay. There's nobody at home. You
Yeah.
basically have to take care of yourself, right? We're the first generation who we're called the latchkey generation, and that means na parang mag-isa kayo sa bahay. Okay? Pero yung nagpalaki sa amin, yung mga magulang namin, yung tinatawag na baby boomer, yung mga galing sa gera, like World War II, right? So, and I was watching a video last night of this guy, see David Brown, and he's a Gen X as well. But he grew up in the U.S. And tawa ako ng tawa because like I could super relate. He was saying, you know, we're all different from you because our parents, they didn't care. And that's true. Like it feels like your parents don't really care because they're both working, they're busy. Tapos, it's like, but the way that our parents raised us is they want us to be tough. Like they try to toughen us up, and only
Yeah,
to
that's
abuse us
true.
themselves. Alam mo, parang they want you to be tough kasi aabusuhin ka ng magulang mo. Alam mo, parang ganon. And I'm like, I can so relate, right? I can so freaking relate. Kasi hindi, like the way that I raise my daughter is very different. Okay, because she's a Gen Z. She's 24 years old. So when she was growing up, like yung first 4 years, hindi ako nag-work. Like
Mm.
from her birth up until she was 4 years old, I did not work at all. Just to be with her. Kasi yun yung formative years niya, yung 4 years old. And then, like, alagang-alaga siya in terms of attention. 'Di ba? Parang ibang-iba yung how I raised her, the way that my mother raised me. My mother, okay, papasok yan sa kwarto namin, tulog kami 4 a.m. Tapos magbubunga nga na yan. Ang gulo ng kwarto niya, magwawalis nga kayo dito. Tikit kayo. Like, seriously? And hinahataw kami nun dati They would use a belt. They would use yung handle ng walis. Alam mo yung mga ganun,
Yeah.
hahatawin ka talaga. Right? So we were raised by parents who tried to toughen us up only to abuse us themselves. Alam mo yung ganon. Tapos sabi ni David Brown, how many of you remember merthiolate? Alam mo yun, merthiolate?
Yung sa kuko ba yan, ginagamit sa manicure?
Oo. Noong panahon namin, friend, hindi yan pang kuko. Yun yung pinanggagamot sa sugat pa.
Yeah, yes. Well,
And
it
I
was
was like,
actually,
shit, you know, I remember that. Tapos ang sakit nun Tapos hindi
oo.
siya, yung gagawin ng magulang mo, hindi siya yung, ay, masakit ba? Blow natin, blow.
Ano,
Ganon. Ganon
tiisin
yung mga
mo.
bata ngayon. Ngayon, tumahimik ka nga. Ganon. Buti nga ginagawa. Kasi yung magulang ko, like, they try to toughen you up only to abuse you themselves. And I was like, so when I see like there's a Gen X, yung mga nagpo-post, tawa ako ng tawa because I can like super fucking relate. Like sister, parang kapatid. Parang ganun. But honestly, like we're the smallest generation. I would say like we're the scariest generation, because we're the last generation where naglaro kami sa labas hanggang bumaba yung araw. Alam mo yung mga ganun. Tapos uuwi kang dumi-dumi mo, baw-baw mo. And you were riding your bike all day and, rolling on the grass and, stuff like that. So, because nung, nung nagkaroon na ng internet, naging digital age, we were all like probably in our 20s. Like
Yeah,
mid to late 20s. Parang ganun. So, it's like we can so relate. And honestly, like I can see now the difference kind of between you and me, because you you care a lot. Okay, you care a lot. As a manager, you're like a conscientious manager, and I want to say that, yeah, I'm like, I care about my people. I do, like, I care about my team and stuff like that. But at the same time, like, I'm tough. I'm like, well, those are the rules. Like, tough bananas, right? Sabi ni
right.
Jelly said. Same. Millennial ako, pero naabutan ko pa din na maglaro sa labas.
Yeah, it's same as me. Although, lumaki ako sa loob ng bahay, but it's something na you can actually, do. Unlike the generation today. Although, syempre, magkakaiba ng um, growing up environment yung ngayon, tsaka yung generations before. But yeah, I can attest to that na magkaiba yung perspective ng sa generation mo yung sa amin. Kasi for one, I really I really care about what people might say about me. Kapag ginawa ko ba to, matutuwa ba sila, ganyan.
Mm.
And will I be accepted? Will I be um, given a chance to join this, let's say, group of people, because I feel so awkward about myself. And at the same time, I have this kind of thinking na I really wanted to share something to everybody, just as sort of wisdom na gusto kong i-share sa kanila, because I feel that if I don't share what I know, it's gonna be a loss for them. So it's a balance para between tough love and being caring. So, something I see na hindi na masyadong nabibigyan ng importance today with some of the kids that I see, especially in social media.
What I, what
So,
what kind of upsets me that I see is there's so many people preying on yung mga bagito. Like, and they,
mm,
like, people call them aspiring VAs, aspiring freelancers. Let's call them what they are. They're the next generation VAs.
correct.
Oy, hindi, ito si Sabsab. Ito yung lalaki. Tulog si Dakdak eh. Doon sa loob. Si Dakdak, natutulog lang siya pag aircon yung kwarto. O, diba ang ate? Ito yung ano, ito yung hindi masyadong maarte. Ito si Sabsab. Si Black Sabbath to.
I wait, Madam Cindy. I'll be off in a meeting. This will be just for 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, come back. Come back really soon.
I'll just put myself on mute.
Hello! Ano to, mabait to eh. Masungit kasi yung isa si Dakdak. Medyo masungit yun. Pero ano siya, champion line. Galing Australia tsaka US. Si ano. Ito, medyo local. Ah, mga baby. Pero mabait to. Super loyal to. So like Kochi was saying, what I was saying kay Kochi is, it kind of upsets me that, ang daming bago. Yung mga bagito, syempre, they want to, enter the work from home, the virtual world. And I think that I was just really lucky that I entered like 10 years ago, to start being a VA. Tapos ngayon, parang, dahil ang daming gusto mag-work from home, ang daming gustong maging VA or freelancer, ang daming nag-aabang sa mga bago to make money off them. and to sort of take advantage of them, And I'm like, it's just not right. It's like, sige, kung working from home ka na, kung may income ka, so may panggastos ka na for like, more complicated or more courses, 'di ba? Pero yung like somebody who's like 22 years old, right? So they have no career established yet. And then you're trying to prey on them and trying to convince them to ay, bilhin mo yung course na ganito, bilhin mo yung ganyan. It's like it's just sad. Jelly said, sa tingin niyo po ba mas malambot ang generation after you? Yeah, they definitely are. Like my daughter definitely is because of the way that I raised her. Kasi mas maingat kami sa kanya. It was very important that yung first 4 years niya, nandun ako. Tapos yung nung baby siya, I love you massage ko siya. Mga ganun tipo. And my mother would never do that to me. Okay? So, malambot doesn't mean that it's bad. Okay? It makes them more sensitive. Gen Z malambot, joke lang. Well, they call Gen Z the snowflakes. And I never really understood that concept because I want to say that they're given more importance, yung Gen Z and the millennials, like the way that wag ka magwiwi dyan, papaluin kita. Sige, sleepy ka. Sleep, sleep, baby. Sleepy ako, sleepy. So I just want to say with Gen Z and like the millennials, because your parents had more time for you, your parents paid attention to the things that you were saying. Like when I was growing up, my parents, like my opinion didn't really count. Kasi anak ka lang, parang Same. Nakilala ko parents ko when I was in grade 3, kaya wala ako emotional connection sa kanila. I mean, that yours is a different situation in that you didn't know your parents, but para sa akin, kasi tulad nung anak ko, like, she's aware, like, the way that we raised her was a little bit different, I think that if you were raised in a household where your opinion counts, even from a very young age, tinatanong sa'yo, anong gusto mo? Right? Take advantage. Mag-take advantage kayo. Diba? Because the attention is on you. You use it to take advantage of like education, things like that. Better food. Yung anak ko, like, she made the decision for us na lumipat sa, excuse me, kasi nagre-rent kami like 3 blocks away before, and it was like 2-bedroom townhouse, ganon. And then she's the one who made the decision na, ay, may nag-for rent dun sa ibang street, but it's like 3 floors. Like, honestly, there's 3 of us in the house, not including the 2 dogs. Kasi gusto niya may sarili siyang floor, yung anak ko. Alam mo yung gano'n? In line with the topic, mahirap din kasi na binebenta nila yung thought na magkaka 6 digits. Oh my God, yeah, like, honestly, guys, that's why I keep my channel and my info and my content free. Just like Gary V recommends, because like, you guys are not just aspiring VAs, freelancers, whatever. You are the next generation VAs and freelancers and whatever. Okay? And that's what I'm going to call you from now on. You're the next generation VAs and freelancers. You have to be like super aware of the fact na, and may nakita ko ng video sa For You ko, like kahapon lang, na somebody who's like promising na parang, oo, pag tama yung decision to work at home right now because, maraming work from home that are hitting 6 digits, blah, blah, blah. And he doesn't tell you that yung mga nag-hit ng 6, 7 digits right now, how long have they been working from home? Like, parang you get the impression na, sige, pag lumipat ako, within a few months, kikita ko na 6, 7 figures. That might happen for some people, but for karamihan, like for example, me, 10 years friend ang pinondo ko. That's why, yes, like I make a very comfortable living. Um, but I'm a VA, I'm not a freelancer. Yung anak ko freelancer kasi she had the time to decide and to make a decision about, oh, this is what I want to do. And, I want to work for. Tapos nagamit niya pati yung connections ko because, I've been working from home for 10 years, so I'm bound to have some sort of connections, right? But it's really wrong na parang, kasi yung problema is yung iba, they join social media, may ulterior motive kasi. Of course, they're gonna, people are gonna use social media to sell shit. That's a given. Pero yung to sell shit and then sort of give people the impression that, ito mangyayari sa'yo, like if you enroll in my course and blah, 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 and blah. Mangyayari dyan, mag-enroll ka, i-upsell ka ng i-upsell yan. That's how sales works. Parang hindi na pwede palakihin yung mga bata ngayon, kagaya ng dati. Well, I beg to disagree. I actually like the fact that parents now are much more woke, to use a Gen Z term. Okay? I mean, I believe that people's opinions matter. And age really has nothing to do with it. Even deciding what to eat. So, kahit nung maliit pa yung anak ko dati, syempre, once she learned to speak, it would, we would always ask her, ano gusto mong kainin? Right? If it's something that's not a good decision, like, for example, chocolate cake for breakfast, that's not a good thing, right? Then you have to step in and be the parent and be like, yeah, you can't have chocolate cake and chocolate milk for breakfast. That's just wrong. Diba? Pero halimbawa, kain kami sa labas, anong gusto mong kainin? And my parents would never ask me, ever, nung lumalaki kami, they would never ask me, what would you like to drink? Would you like Milo? Would you like this? They would never ask me. But yung anak ko, she grew up, her opinion mattered, and we would always consult her. So up until now, she's 24, she's starting to make decisions of her own, mga ganyan. It's actually a good thing, and, if people say, oh, softer yung Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever shit, what the hell does that mean? For me, it's a positive thing. And I'm not talking about being soft. I'm talking about communication. Mas okay na open yung communication sa mga anak natin ngayon, the way that we raise them. Kasi hindi mo kailangang hatawin para makinig, diba? Kailangan mo talaga hatawin. Anong by the end of the course? Aling course yan? Saan po tayo akas? Shit. I just wish that more people would make their content free. Hindi yung parang gagawa ng video and then they're gonna kind of sucker you in, and then pag medyo nag-enjoy ka sa content nila, tsaka kasi singilin, oh, we're offering scholarships for blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Oo nga, nag-scholarship ka, tapos they'll do a webinar, yung pala, upsell yun. Right? That happens a lot. Sorry, character limit po kasi. So, at the same time, guys, don't ever lose your sense of right and wrong. Diba? Yung parang may sarili kayong isip, may sarili kayong utak, you can decide for yourself. When you look at something, just because it's on social media or just because it's on YouTube, whatever, hindi nyo dapat paniwalaan agad yun. Right? You always, even if it's a freaking celebrity, you always look at it with half half ng utak nyo na parang, oh, that's cool. And half ng utak nyo parang, is that for real? Parang ganon. Never ever lose your sense of deciding for yourself. Don't let other people decide for you, especially social media and news. Like news now is not like news as it was in the 70s and the 80s. Oh, shit. Ano yan? Marami ako friends na gusto mag-freelance just because I was earning bigger than what I was earning. Not realizing that I got my first client 7 months after I decided to go freelance. Yeah, that's the reality. Is aabuting, like, you need time. So, yan, tulad nung pag-freelance ni Jelly said. When I joined work from home, I did not have 7 months to, like, I wasn't living with my parents. Okay, when I worked from home for the first time, I think I was like 37. Okay, so I'm 49 right now. So hindi ako nakatira sa magulang ko. Like, I was paying my own bills and shit like that. And like, to freelance, you have to give it some time. Kasi you have to, and I got this from Ellie John. You guys should follow him. He has some free workshops, I think, on October 5th. Ellie John, oh shit, what the hell is Ellie John Paul Gutilban. Yan. Follow nyo siya. Because he does like design, he does WordPress, web development, like he does it all. And he's still really young, he just graduated. He's got some free courses on October 5th. So you guys, and I'll repost his free workshops once he sends the link. So, ano it's just so sad the way that people are taking advantage of yung mga gusto mag-work from home, mga ganyan. Like, being a freelancer is like, kailangan handa ka na for the first 6 to 12 months, hindi ka kikita ng pera. Okay? While you're developing your soft skills, your hard skills, and then while you're getting ready, like, your equipment, so you have to invest in equipment, like laptop, your main device, your backup device, your internet, i-upgrade mo yan. Bibili ka ng headset, diba? If you're gonna be doing calls, now you have to invest in something like Crisp that cancels all the background noise, yung mga manok, mga ganyan, because ayaw ng mga clients na may tumutunog na manok, mga aso sa background, mga ganyan. So, like, it's a significant investment, okay? And as a freelancer, you have to be willing to invest the money, and it's not gonna come back to you for at least 6 to 12 months. Kaya hindi ako pwede mag-freelancer at that time. I was like 37. I didn't have 6 months to waste. Okay? I had to make money like the next month already. Kaya nag-VA ako. Nakakasawa na mag-apply, lagi na lang bagsak. Kasi, alam mo, why are you just applying and applying and applying? Ano siya, loto? Hindi siya loto. Okay? Kung nag-a-apply, hoping na parang loto, and you're giving the same resume to all these companies, what result do you expect? Whereas, kung may piliin ka na isang trabaho, for example, you put it in your mind, gusto ko maging UI UX designer. Mag-aaral muna ako. Tapos tatargeting ko yung kumpanya na to, paghahandaan ko yung interview ko sa kanila, paghahandaan ko yung application sa kanila. So they really know. If you want to be treated as special, you don't think companies and clients don't want to be thought of as special? And me being an interviewer, if I'm interviewing an applicant and they tell me, alam mo, pinag-aralan ko kayo, pinaghandaan ko yung interview na to for 4 months because I really want to work with you guys. I really want to do this with you. Like, you guys should hire me. Ngayon, kung apply ka ng apply, hoping that suswertehin ka, tapos parang loto, it doesn't work that way now. Okay? Yung mundo ng freelancing, virtual world, VA, is very different now from when I first entered 10 years ago. Same 6 months din bago ako na-hired. Kaka-hired lang sa akin ng client ko a month ago. There, see? Upskill pa po. Yeah, believe it or not, okay? So, come November, 10.5 years na ako work at home. And I'm still upskilling. Mamaya nga like after we're done with this live and all that crap, I have 2 courses that I have to finish. The one that I bought from Domestika and another one on podcast management. Like I'm still upskilling even after like over 10 years work from home. Why? Because I have a goal as well. Just because may titulo ka na and then kumikita ka na ng ganito, ganyan, doesn't mean that you should just relax. Right? Like I have a goal too. Like I want to spend less time working. I don't want to be I regularly do 10 hours a day on my job. Okay? And then yung mga messages pa ng mga VAs pasok ng pasok, wala namang oras yun eh. 'Di ba? Whether on Messenger or Skype or Slack or whatever. I joined some internships to get used to the niche that I want to pursue. Exactly. Put it in your mind. Ito yung gusto ko. Ito yung gusto kong mangyari sa akin. 'Di ba? Ngayon, kung apply ka ng apply, hoping na parang loto na tatama ka rin, that's not how the world works now. That's not how the digital world works now. You have to decide and you have to prepare. And you should be watching my videos. I did a video yesterday on the hardest part of your interview. The hardest part of your interview is going to be the situational and the behavioral questions. Okay? So I did my first video on that about yung mga EAs, yung mga executive VA. Okay? Yung situational tsaka behavioral part ng interview, yung inaano ng interviewer niyo yan, kung magaling ang interviewer ninyo, kung talagang marunong, is they're testing for attitude. Okay? Because clients, they hire for attitude. But it's really hard to get a sense of a person's attitude like at the onset. Kaya nga, tostado kayo sa interview. They do that on purpose. In order to get a reaction, they have to know what you're gonna be like under pressure. Right? So yung pinakamahirap na part ng interview ninyo is gonna be the situational and behavioral. Right? And if you're not prepared for that, titiklop kayo, you're gonna fold. Okay? And bagsak na naman. Rejected na naman. It's a must to be fluent in English. Well, it really depends. Being fluent and having a really nice accent is not going to guarantee that you might get hired by a client, but then whether the client hires you on a long time basis takes a lot more than just a really nice, being really conversational in English. Because my first client, I got hired by the client. Don't get me wrong. They liked the way that I spoke. And I had experience upselling because one of the call centers that I was with was Blue Chip or American Express, so marunong ka mag-upsell. And they liked the way that I talked, but it was for appointment setting. So although na-hired ako ng client, gusto nila ako bitawan in my second week. Are you kidding me? Di ba? Parang masakit yun kasi syempre 11 years na ako sa BPO, wala namang call center nagsabi sa wala namang call center nagsabi sa akin, sige, umalis ka na. 'Di ba? Parang yung matatagal yung mga stint ko sa mga call center, 5 years, mga ganyan, 3 years. Wala akong 6 months sa call center. Wala po akong ganun. And then, dito sa pagiging VA, my very first client tells me, you know what? If you don't have any appointments in your second week, there's the door. Di ba? Parang sobrang nakaka-crush ng And I'm like, they didn't care. They did not care that, like, I'm British educated. They don't give a shit about that. Gusto ko rin mag-freelancer as of now, YouTube at mga free seminar lang ako. Mahal kasi. Yeah, exactly. That's what me and Coach were talking about earlier. It's really sad that ang daming tao on social media who want to take advantage of the newbies. And wala pang panggastos yung mga yan. Wala pa silang like continuous stream of income. And there's so many sharks out there like who are smelling the blood of the newbies and all want to take advantage of you. Like, it's really sad. One thing I learned about being a VA is you have to think like your client, and it takes time. Kahit ako nahirapan, pero I'm willing to adapt. And you know what? The clients, they talk differently. Like, when they talk to you as a VA, they talk to you differently. And then when they talk to other clients, they talk differently too. So you have to kind of, like, in your mind, kailangan i-ano mo na parang how they talk. Like, if they're talking to you, they talk about, my meeting needs to be rescheduled, blah, blah, blah. And then, this email campaign needs to go out. And then it needs to be a drip campaign over 6 months, blah, 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 mga ganyan. Pero pag ibang clients or ibang negosyante, kausap nila, the ROI on a SaaS model is going to be blah, 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 blah. That's why I switched to more of an SWAS, because it can actually be higher dollar, although it's a little bit more high maintenance. Ganun sila mag-usap. Right? Kahit ako nahirap, pero I'm willing to adapt. Yeah. I'm going to tell you something like super ugly, but it will save you a lot of heartache in the future. If you've ever had a client, if you have a client right now, or if you haven't had a client yet, huwag kayo magtitiwala sa clients. Kahit sino dyan. Kahit gaano kabait. Kahit gaano kalaki yung binabayad sa inyo. Kahit gaano karaming incentives. Kahit binigyan kayo ng HMO and lahat-lahat. Huwag kayo magtitiwala. Kasi lahat ng mga yan, negosyante. Okay? Lahat sila negosyante. Ang oras na wala ka ng pakinabang sa kanila, they will drop you. Parang mainit na kanin. Iluluwa ka ng mga yan. Trust me. And I'm telling you that. I'm telling you that. And I would say I'm a very expensive VA. Okay. Huwag kayong magtitiwala sa client. Kahit sino. Patagalugin ko na para Huwag nyo i-record tapos i-release nyo sa client nyo. How to determine a scam client at first. Especially magaling sila ngayon na may mga... Okay, isa pa, yung mga clients, mga sales yan lahat. Magaling sila mag-sales. Okay? So, kayang-kaya kanila i-sales talk. Right? And you're right, like, they look legit, right? But there are certain red flags. I did a video series on borderline illegal interview questions, like top 10 borderline illegal interview questions. So you should watch that. You're amazing. And yung iba doon may mga signs. Like for example, if may client nagsabi na, you know what, I would love to hire you, I'm gonna pay you $10 an hour, ganito. Pag humingi yan ng ID mo, that's a red flag. Okay? That's one red flag already. Totoo naman, kailangan kasi may work-life balance. It's not just work-life balance. Okay? Huwag kayo magtitiwala sa clients nyo. Hindi sila pamilya nyo. Hindi mo sila kapamilya. Okay? Oras na wala na kayong pakinabang sa kanila, iluluwa kayo ng mga yan. Negosyante silang lahat. At kayang-kaya nila, kayo is sales talk. They'll tell you everything you want to hear. you know what, I'm gonna promote you in future. Let's start you off at $15 an hour, blah, 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 blah. Even if he does really give you $15 an hour, tapos may HMO, tapos may ganito, tapos may ganyan, huwag pa rin kayo magtitiwala. And kasi pag nagtiwala kayo, naglalagay na kayo ng emotional investment. 'Di ba? Yung mabigat ang emotional investment. Lalo na tayo mga Pinoy, we're so family oriented. We it means so much to us when pagkaibigan natin, mga ganyan, kamag-anak natin, kapamilya, sila, our culture is not their culture. Okay, and this is coming from me. Okay, I grew up in that culture. I understand, and that's why I'm such a good fit. Like, in between ako ng clients and VAs. Kasi naintindihan ko yung kultura ng mga clients because I grew up in that culture. But at the same time, I'm still Filipino. So I understand our culture. And I'm telling you, once mag-emotionally invest ka na sa client mo, they are not making the same na emotional investment. Hindi parehas. Kaya, wag kayo magtitiwala ever. Kahit gawin pa kayo na operations director, partner, or kahit ano, wag kayo magtitiwala. Like, protektahan nyo yung sarili. Huwag kayo sobra mag-invest emotionally. Kasi, pag binitawan kayo ng mga yan, like, iiyak talaga kayo. Lalo na first client. My first client was Zillow. Zillow.com. Okay, I was part of the beta program. And then, they left. Like, they ended the contract with the VA agency after a year and a half. Okay? And I felt like, hello, I was bringing you like 3 to 10 appointments a day. Like, why would you want to cancel me? Alam mo yung parang malolost ka. Malolost ka eh, lalo na first client mo. So, parang sobrang na-acclimatize ka doon. Parang pinag-aralan mo yung sistema niya, process niya, and all that kind of shit, right? So, huwag kayo mag-emotionally invest. Kasi, pag binitawan kayo ng mga yan, yung investment nyo is hindi sila nag-invest. Negosyante yung mga yan. They're just gonna move on. Ibang klaseng personality nila. And trust me, like, I do profiling. I do it practically every week. So, tsaka, basta iba. Basta iba sila. So, wag yung mga puso nyo, mga ano, parang, just keep it really professional. Just keep it just on a professional level. Okay, wag kayo sobrang mag-share ng mga buhay nyo, yung mga, oh, this is my daughter, this is my kahit magbigay pa siya ng regalo sa anak mo, like, wag kayo magtitiwala. You just keep, like, a lot of it for yourself. Para, and itong danger pag sobra kayo nag-share sa client, at some point, gagamitin nila yan sa inyo. I've seen it so many times. Like, we had a VA before, one of our first VAs, and then she got really close to her client. And nangyari, parang lumipat sa bahay nila yung sister niya, tsaka yung brother-in-law. At that time, parang hindi stable yung relationship ng sister tsaka brother-in-law. So, twice nagtawag ng, what do you call that? Hindi yung police yung barangay. Yung tanod. Oo. Twice nagpunta yung tanod sa bayan kasi nag-aaway yung mag-asawa. So, parang nagbubugbugan na, parang ganun. Siyempre, na-involve siya, hindi siya nakaka-work. So, she had to actually tell her client, oh, I'm so sorry, blah, 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 ganto, ganyan. Although the client was very understanding, they were super close, like super duper close. Yung client tsaka yung VA. Bandang huli, ginamit ng client na yun yung nangyari sa kanya to cancel their services with the agency. Kasi yung VA ko, although she's very good, na alam niya, she knows her stuff, like, I don't feel that she's that committed dahil ganto-ganto, ganyan. Gagamitin ng mga yan ang mga ganyang detalye about you. Trust me. Like, I've seen it so many times. Kaya, so yung client ko ngayon, matagal na kami magkakilala since 2014. But, like, stuff in my life, yung dati nung may mga laban ako, hindi ko sinasabi sa kanya na, oh, I'm having my first amateur boxing match on Saturday. Hindi ko sinasabi sa kanya yun. Mga ganyan, yung mga birthday ng anak ko, mga ganyan. I don't, unless he asks. So, one time he was asking, magkano ba talaga yung renta sa Pilipinas? Magkano ba yung, like, how much do you pay for ganto-ganto? Then I'll answer him. But I don't proactively share. So, because, I just want to really keep it on a professional level so that if ever, di ba, bitawan niya ako, hindi kami magkasundo, then, like, for me, I just move on. It's easy for me to move on. Hala, yung client ko naman, di na ako kinakausap masyado nung sinabi ko na di ko siya gusto. Bakit mo sasabihin yun? Pero client ko pa din siya until now, 2 years na. Anong hindi mo gusto? I would never say that to a client, okay? But I do call my client out on things like visibility. May gusto po sa akin, client ko. Oh my God, that's a sticky situation. I never get involved in anything like that. Wait lang. Lobat na ako. Let's just switch to earpods. Earpods and lavalier.
Oh my God, sana all may gusto sa, sa lahat ng client may gusto sabihin.
Ano? Sorry, nagsiswitch lang ako to earpods tsaka lavalier. Yes, kaya para
Isn't that awkward pag ganun?
Yeah, that's gotta be super freaking awkward.
It's like seeing each
Paano
other
kung
every
hindi ka
day.
nag-agree sa decision niya? Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, there's kilig factor, but like, don't shit where you eat. Hello.
Gusto ko yung term na yun.
Pero okay naman po kami ngayon. Yeah, okay kayo ngayon, and then something's gonna happen, and then something's gonna happen. So your day-to-day is never like stable, is the problem with a situation like that. So, okay. And forgive me for being very Gen X, but like, I ride the IDGAF train a lot, and I'm gonna tell you, don't shit where you eat, girl.
Tsaka feeling ko lang naman,
Sorry.
when there's emotional attachment involved sa working relationship, and then nagkaroon ng rejection along the way, parang hindi na yung interaction, yung relationship niya is hindi na siya kagaya dati. Parang may magbabago.
Yeah. That's the problem with emotional investments. That's the problem. Kung gusto mo mag-invest emotionally, doon ka sa sureball. Sa anak mo, yan. Pamilya, doon ka sa sureball. Why would you emotionally invest on somebody that you actually are not really, like, you basically have like a transactional relationship? Right? So parang hinahalo mo yung transactional dun sa sa emotional. Do you watch 90 Day Fiancé? You should watch that. Tapos yung mahirap pa nun, parang, pwede ka sabihin na parang may pagka-gold digger ka. Like, fuck you. Diba? Hirap.
Like any other work naman talaga, when you mix professional and emotional elements, parang it's not gonna end up well.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you really need some sort of romantic connection, um, and I'm too old to kind of relate, sorry, go to, I don't know, Tinder, Plenty of Fish. Like, there's a lot of like stuff out there. Just keep it separate. Like work is work, all the other stuff is all the other stuff. And like, and stop stop talking to him about anything emotional. Yung parang hindi kita gusto eh, hindi kasi ganito, hindi kasi pwede. Like, you're bringing it up. You might as well just ignore it. Okay? Naalala mo yung coach yung nag-video ako about my friend na yung sinabihan siya ng client niya na parang, what color underwear you wearing right now? Like, if you talk about emotional stuff, that's where it's going. Kasi
Yeah.
you've invited that person into like this is your private life now. Okay? Like, your emotions are private. Like, they're not part of work. So once you start talking about that to a client and it's a transactional relationship, like, you've opened yourself up to that already. And since
Like
I'm
what
kanina, Kochi,
yung alin po?
we were talking about Gary V earlier.
Yeah. Oo, kanina. Where did we get that? On that. Siya nag-i-initiate ng convo, kaya madalas iniiba ko usapan. Mali na mention ko yung sarili ko. Siguro I can share a few things, pero not too detailed. Kasi sometimes nakakapag-share din ako something about myself, pero not to the very last detail na nagkakaroon
Like,
siya ng...
I only share if he asks. That's it.
Mm-mm.
I only share if he asks. But like, for example, on my Facebook, like all the pictures of me sparring and in my sports bra and like me really sweaty and working out and shit, naka-block siya doon sa mga post na yun. I don't want him seeing me in a bikini. I don't want him seeing me in my sports bra. I don't want him to see me like nagsasparring. I don't want him to see that because you know what? Eventually, gagamitin niya yan. Yeah. What if he knew na may laban ako and I got knocked out?
Mm.
Diba?
And he told
So,
everybody.
yeah, and then he's like, so may rason siya na parang, kasi sabi ko sa'yo, wag ka na sumali. Right? Like, what business is it of yours? Eh, kung gusto ko gawin to, gagawin ko to. Right? Kaya, talagang even asawa niya, like, naka-block sa mga ganong post ko that have anything to do with my hobbies or anything personal or stuff like that.
For some reason, di ko na ginagamit yung Facebook ko masyado. Parang tinamad na ako sa kanya.
Yeah, because Facebook is like, it's out. It's an outie. It's not an innie anymore.
It's a dinosaur thing.
Yeah. That's why all the dinosaurs are on there still, right? Pero ginagamit ko pa rin yung reels. The reels are effective. Like, yung isang reel ko got like 10,000 views on reels, and then I get a lot of like crossover. Some people might be like crossover reels to TikTok, stuff like that. So it is really useful that way. Tsaka yung mga how-to na mga videos. Like, I did that video where I did hair thing, the cushion thing with my hair.
Mhm.
Like that does well on yung mga how-to videos. It's hindi ko alam kung, like, if the algorithm there is like really similar to TikTok, but things like that, they kind of do well on Reels. So I don't know.
One thing I hate about Reels, hindi ko siya yung, ano tawag doon? Yung hindi mo siya ma-play forward or ma-replay on certain part of the video. Papanoorin mo talaga siya.
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
Hindi ka makaskip. Ganon.
Um,
I forgot what we were talking about earlier yun sa ano. Okay, Gary.
yung kay Gary, yeah. And sinabi ko, Coachy, like a few minutes ago, I was like, if you've never had a client, if you're with a client now, or if you've been working with clients, like wag kang magtitiwala kahit isa sa kanila. It's a transactional relationship.
Mm.
Okay? Huwag kayo magtitiwala kahit bigyan pa kayo ng 1,000,000. Like, huwag kayo magtitiwala. Kasi negosyante yan. Lahat ng mga yan, negosyante sila. Ang personality nila pang negosyante. Okay? And when I talk about personality, like I'm a person who does profiling because I interview people. So, and I don't know if you watched my video on yung actual VA interview, like what's going through my mind when I'm interviewing this person. I'm thinking, ay, Heidi ito. Or mix ng Heidi and I see ito. So I'm already profiling you in my head while I'm interviewing you. At yung mga clients, iisa lang ang personality ng mga yan, Heidi. Okay, Heidi is D stands for dominant. Kaya sila naging negosyante. Kasi ang D, namo-motivate sa pera, namo-motivate sa status, namo-motivate sa ambisyon. And lahat ng mga clients, halos lahat, okay, I would say 92%, okay, they're gonna be a D or a mix of a D and something else. Tulad ng client ko ngayon, he's a DC. So, D, dominant siya. Tapos C, ano siya, details-oriented.
Mm-hmm.
Yung previous ko na client, pure D yun. High D yun. Talagang boss na boss yun. And they're all gonna be like that. Okay? Ang D, okay, hindi sila nahirapan mag-move on. Kasi yung inuuna nila is negosyo nila. Doesn't matter how much they show you that they care for you, they appreciate you, blah, blah. It's a transactional relationship. Hindi kanya anak. Okay? So, wag na wag ever kayo magtitiwala. Or else, masasaktan kayo ng todo. Pag binitawan kayo ng mga yan, iiyak kayo. And work is nothing to cry over. Hello? People who cry over work, I don't understand. Because it's just work.
Well, I cried over work once.
Okay.
Remember that client stories video na pinost ko, yung 3-part video. There was a part in there. I actually cried during the meeting with the executive because, well, not because I'm totally emotionally invested dun sa work, but siguro part na rin yun, napamahal na talaga ako dun sa work. And at the same time, yung may sama ka ng loob. doon sa mga pinagkatiwalaan mo before na they will carry you through as soon as the business took off, they will carry you wherever, and then they will take care of you. Of course, I trusted those words, and I believe na they will they will do that for me. And then for 3 years, I was left behind, so that really hurt me a lot, and I have to, I have to let them know what I felt on that day. And for some reason, it ended up in my favor. But of course, no, pag naiisip ko yun, parang medyo nahihiya ako sa sarili ko.
I'm gonna hazard a guess and guess that you're a C. Okay, you're a C with some S. Because you care a lot about kind of keeping it together, diba? And S is a stabilizer. That's exactly what they do, diba? So I'd hazard a guess, and if I was to profile you, and just a guess, I would be like you're a C and an S, like combined.
So what does the CA stands for?
CS.
Mm-hmm.
Sa disk yun sa disk profile
Uh-huh.
This profiling pa lang yan So yung this profile has four profiles. D stands for dominant personality. I stands for interactive. S stands for stabilizer. C stands for compliance. Okay? What are the characteristics of each? Dominant, yan yung mga clients natin. Okay? Sila yung mga, they're visionaries, they're mga ambisyoso yung mga yan. Okay? Gusto nila yumaman, gusto nilang whatever. Tapos yun yung mga sales people, yung interactive, madadaldal. Okay? Maboka. Magagaling silang magsalita. Okay? That's
Mm-hmm.
interactive. S is the stabilizer. The stabilizer is, think about yung tropa mo na palagi nagyayaya na, uy, labas tayo, bonding tayo. They're the stabilizer in the group. They're the glue that holds the group together. Okay? It's like, sa family, ikaw yung tipong, parang, wag na kayo mag-away, mag-usap tayo, parang para, you know what I mean? That's a
Mm-hmm.
stabilizer. And then the C is the compliance. That's somebody who's very details oriented. Siya yung very nitpicky, yung parang accountant, di ba? Or
Mm-hmm.
parang doktor, parang accountant na parang, oh, anong binili mo? Ano to? Magkano to? Okay, tapos, bakit ganito yung total? Di ba?
Mm-hmm.
Yun yung C. Okay, that's a details oriented. So when I started working from home and I took the disc, I was a 99C. 99C. I was a pure C, halos. But over the years, my personality has changed, right? So, and I consciously worked on my D because nung nag-sales ako, lahat ng nakakausap ko is a D. Right. So I had to learn how to communicate like a D. And now I took the disc again recently, like last month, and lumalabas ngayon sa disco is hindi na ako 99C. I'm a D, and C, D, and I.
Mm-hmm.
That's my personality right now. I also took the Truity profile. So the Truity profile has like 9 personality profiles, and that's called an Enneagram. And I'm an Enneagram 8. Okay. And then yung Myers-Briggs, which is, I think most, ayan, so alam ni Eda kung ano siya. C. So she's basically a C. Karamihan ng Pinoy is a C. CS. That's our most
Mm-hmm.
common. Sobrang bihira ang D. Pure D sa Pinoy. Sobrang bihira. Sobrang bihira. See, mababa yung D niya pinakamababa. That's very common sa Pinoy. We're just not that aggressive. Okay? A D can be very aggressive or very assertive. Okay? Tapos, yung Myers-Briggs, on a Myers-Briggs, I'm an INTJ. So, yung mga psychology major, mga behavioral science, alam nila yung mga ganyan, yung mga Myers-Briggs, yung mga personality test.
Yeah,
So,
Myers-Briggs, familiar ako doon.
ano ka ba? Alam mo ba kung ano ka? sa Myers-Briggs?
Sa personality test niya?
Sa Myers-Briggs?
Oo. I haven't
Ano ka?
took it, but
Oh, you haven't taken
yeah,
it?
it's,
Okay.
yeah, I haven't took it, but it's part of the study.
Yeah, Myers-Briggs is very accurate. And I think there's like 16 personality types. Nung nasa Chase pa ako, yung BPO, they had everybody take their Myers-Briggs.
Mm-hmm.
And the Myers-Briggs test is very expensive. So yung mga psychological test tulad ng mga Rorschach, mga Myers-Briggs, mga ganyan, sobrang mahal nila. Like a set of, parang yung set lang to be able to test people on like, personality profiling, that million yon minsan. So it can, siguro mababa na yung 200,000. Yung mga
Mm-hmm.
Myers-Briggs niyan, ano yan, papalo ng mga 500,000 pataas. Mahal talaga.
Yeah.
That's why only Chase could afford to have everybody take their Myers-Briggs. And as somebody who like interviews VAs, and also I talk to clients regularly, I have to understand like personality types, because if you understand the personality types, you'll understand the way that they communicate.
Yeah, that's true.
Kasi just because ito yung valuable sa'yo, it doesn't mean that to the other person it's valuable too. Like for example, sa atin, okay? High C kasi tayo eh. So I'm still high C. I'm a C, D, and I. And
Mm-hmm.
for me, I think you're definitely a high C for me. So data is important to us, right? Like we come to the meeting, we have our data. For a D, that's not as important.
Yeah,
A D
that's true
comes
for
to,
me. Yeah, at
yeah,
least that's true for me because before I go into a meeting, I always make sure that I have all the
data.
answers, even anticipation of what the questions would be, may sagot na
Mm-hmm.
ako doon, ni-ready ko na yon. So I anticipated na pag tinanong nila yung ganitong question, I have the answer, and then eventually they would have a follow-up question. And of course, as a backup plan, I would put up another set of questions na pwede kong i-reply in case they would like a follow-up question. Parang ganun. It's just,
Yeah.
it's a process for me to organize these things para ready ako in case we ended up in that situation na meron tayong mga kailangang sagutin.
Yeah.
So
For
yeah,
me,
that's
I
true.
come to any meeting with data, reports, mga ganyan. Bakit? Because they don't lie. Like I have the Google Sheet link right here if you want to take a look at it. Like it doesn't
Mm-hmm.
lie. No, hindi ko dinoktor yan. It's hard to argue with something that is in black and white, that is
Mm-hmm.
on the screen, right? That's why I bring the data. But for a person who's a D, like they will never come to a meeting with any data. Kasi yung importante sa kanila, we're gonna have a meeting in order to make a decision. That's how they're gonna communicate. They're like, okay, so what? So you have the data, so let's just make a decision. Ganon sila.
Well,
And
I
if you
agree naman.
understand,
Mm-hmm.
say go.
I agree naman in some sense if the discussion involves decision making, of course you have to see every possible angle of what's going to be the outcome of that decision. That's why you look for data, possible outcomes, and try to assess how those outcome will impact how those data pala will impact the outcome. So you weigh in on the information that you have instead of just relying on yung gut feeling mo lang. Although important din yun in some areas.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna look at profiling, um, if you're gonna look at profiling, and especially if you work in HR or you're interviewing VAs or you're interviewing people who are gonna be up for promotion, mga ganon. And it's
Mm-mm.
even important, even as a freelancer. Even as a freelancer, like, di ba, parang
Kasi umaharap ka rin sa clients, ino-onboard mo sila, mga ganyan. And there was a question earlier, like, how do you know it's a scam client? First of all, you have to know how to profile. Okay? Kung mapaprofile mo yung client, like, basahin, hindi mo mababasa lahat. Okay? Pero, kasi, pag piece together mo, ito yung galaw niya nung nasa email. Ito yung, parang hindi siya yung nag-email, iba yung lingwahe. And then, pagkausap ko, parang iba rin. Parang gano'n. And then, when I'm on a video call, nawawala-wala yung connection. And then he made an excuse that his camera didn't work, mga gano'n. It's these little things. But when you put it all together, it's like, yeah, it just doesn't seem kosher. Alam mo yung ganon. How do you know it's a scam client? There's no one sign. You have to put all these signs together. Okay, and for me, if it's like at least 2 red flags, like I would not go through with it.
Well, is that actually a red flag, at least in your perspective as an interviewer, na kapag nagkaroon ng ganong instances and then the other person on the other end of the line gives you those excuses na, I'm sorry, nagkaroon ng power interruption, nagkaroon ng internet interaction, that does that usually impact your decision to hire?
Hire VAs or if I'm talking to a client?
In terms of VA?
Yeah, it might. It might. So I need to know, like, what is your main ISP? Kasi, for example, Converge. Pag Converge ka, tapos nasa syudad ka, our history with Converge in the city is not good. But if, halimbawa, tiga Tarlac ka, and your main ISP is Converge, it's probably okay. Because Converge actually does better sa probinsya. Mga ganun people. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Dito sa amin, mabilis ang Converge.
Yeah.
But if you ask other people na Converge ang line nila, na nasa city sila, medyo ayaw nila.
Yeah. We don't, kung nasa city ka, parang yung, we usually ask that, you know, is it possible for you to look at another ISP? Because our history with Converge and VAs in the city is not good. So it's just based on, like, it's not really yung parang, yung red flag lang yung biglang nawala. Halimbawa nawala sa Zoom. Mga ganyan. But let's say they're really qualified, they have a lot of experience in design and yung WordPress development, mga ganun. Like, hindi ko sasabihin na parang, oh, sige, hire natin kahit nawala yung connection. Hindi. Siyempre, you have to test it again. Right? I mean, it's like an interview. You have to test and test and test until you know for sure.
Yeah, that's true. Pero siguro ako kung tatanungin mo, I still take into consideration na baka hindi naman magiging factor 'yon. But siyempre magkakaiba tayo ng pananaw tungkol doon. But I give, kasi ako as a person, in general, I do give second chances. I do give as much chance as you need, as long as you come back to me better than you were. Parang ganun.
I give second chances to people that I already work with. Like, you know, no, yung may history na tayo. But if I'm gonna give second chances, like, because, like, for example, yung mga applicants, it's like, it's company policy. That's not really my choice. Right? Na parang, kasi yung training namin sa software, hindi madali yung software. So kung wala kang experience in digital marketing, like, it's not likely na papasa ka sa training because we've already tried that. Okay? So we also have a history on that as well. So, pag sinabi ako, like, if you're trying to guilt trip me and say, you should give chance to newbies, you know what? You're not gonna guilt trip me. Like, I'm too old to feel guilty about shit like that. Okay? I have to think about the company. Like, And people that are already working there na matino magtrabaho. 'Di ba? Papasukin ko, if I make an exception for one person and say, "Oh, sige, kasi bigyan kita ng second chance, lumambot yung puso ko, I let you in, okay? Tapos pinilit kita ipasa sa training, tapos pinilit kita sa client, maya-maya, you'll be like, I would like to refer my sister, wala rin siyang experience, I would like to refer my..." If I let the bar down this low for you, I have to let the bar down this low, then again, then again, then again. Then what's going to happen to the company? That's how far ahead I have to think. So para sa akin, like and I say that, like, even for people who DM me and they say, please hire me, and I'm like, do you have any experience in digital marketing? Wala po, BPO lang. Yan ang kadalasan sagot eh. And I'm like, sorry, we can't hire you. I am not gonna bullshit you and give you false hope like those people out there. Okay, like I said, like, all the information and advice on my channel is free, and like, you're not required to pay for anything, but I'm gonna deliver it the way that I usually deliver it, and I'm gonna do me because that's the only person that I can do. Diba? Like, yung iba na parang, hindi ako mabait kasi hindi ako nagbibigay ng second chance kasi ganito ako magsalita, whatever. You know what? I'm being kind to you. Okay? The best thing that can happen to you right now is for me to tell you the truth. And the fact that I'm telling you the truth should tell you I respect you. Kahit hindi tayo magkakilala, I'll tell you the truth. That's how much I respect you. Kung hindi kita nire-respeto, I will tell you any old bullshit. Whatever I want to tell you. Diba? And I've done that. Medyo ugali ko yun. Kung halimbawa, ginago mo ko, like sadya mo akong ginago. Like the next time, if I find that out, like, I'm never going to tell you the truth. I will tell you whatever I want to tell you. Because I've lost respect. So why should I tell you the truth? I reserve the truth for people who deserve the truth. And those are people that I respect. So the fact that I'm telling you straight, na parang, sorry, hindi ka fit para sa amin. Kung gusto mo talaga magtrabaho para sa amin, go out there, learn something about digital marketing, and then come back. Huwag ka mag-apply na wala kang skill set, tapos bumagsak ka, and then you're gonna blame me. Okay? Like, I already told you up front na preference namin po is mga may experience in digital marketing kasi mahirap yung software training. Hindi basta-basta nagiget ng newbie. We did that in 2019. 3 batches of newbies. We even got some of them hired by clients. Are any of them with us right now? No, none of them. Kasi nga nahirapan sila. You need some sort of appreciation for digital marketing. Magalit kayo sa akin, magalit kayo, but like, you know.
Now, how would you react on, I don't know if this is a popular opinion, but how would you react on people saying, you haven't tried me yet, so how come you judge me already on my ability na hindi mo pa naman ako nata-try?
Hey, Kyle. Hey, Shandy. Well, show me your resume. I'll judge you on that. That's what it's for. Right? If you're gonna give me a resume, thank you, Kyle, that it just says BPO, like, why? Why should we try you? Okay, give me a reason. Because my IQ is 162. What else?
Do you think that counts to something?
A little bit. What have you done? So you got an IQ of 162.
Okay.
Hi, Kyle. Labas-pasok ka naman sa rehab. You know? Because my cousin was like that. Like, his IQ was really high, but he didn't really do anything with his intelligence. Right? So, but if you tell me, you should try me, I have an IQ of 159 and I have a PhD, I'll be like,
Possible.
That's something we might be interested, because what it shows me is that you're doing something with something that you're given. Hindi yung binigyan ka lang na kasi yung intelligence mo, like a lot of that is like predisposition,
Mm-hmm.
right? So kung matalino yung nanay mo, tatay mo, or maybe both of them, then maybe you're lucky. It's not like, yes, you can develop your intelligence to some point, but kumbaga, hindi ka pwede mag-jump from 120 to 159 na pag-aralan mo. Yung IQ mo magja-jump ng ganun. Hindi siya
Mm-hmm.
parang college degree, 'di ba? To some extent, your IQ and even your EQ is like a lot to do with the environment you grew up in and what you inherited. Okay? Ngayon, if you tell me, and I finished my PhD 6 months ago, that's something you did on your own. Okay,
Yeah.
you did that all on your own. Now I'm interested. Now let's talk. Diba? So you can't tell me that you're not basing me. You should give me a chance. Show me. Give me a reason to consider you. Yung, I spent 3 years at BPO, so I spent 11. What does that mean? Nothing. That means nothing to a client. I have to see you the way a client sees you.
Will there be any consideration doon sa mga factor like they already encountered similar uh, tasks that they thought would relate doon sa hinahanap mong qualifications? Although they
Maraming
don't have
ganyan.
the proper, experience,
Maraming
but
ganyan. Maraming ganyan. So they
mm-mm,
tell me, oh, I have experience in the software. Okay, great. So what experience do you have? Oh, I learned how to do support. I learned how to do blah, blah. Eh, sa amin kasi, kailangan holistic, kailangan alam mo like the whole freaking software. I actually had an applicant say to me, and ano siya, nag-interview for media buyer nung time na yon. Nagulat nga kami nung placements manager, because she was there in the interview as well, right? And then the guy, he was like, obviously he had experience as a media buyer and blah blah blah, and he was like, and I have experience in this software na ganto ganto ganyan ganyan. So, and sabi pa niya, so actually you don't have to teach me anything about the
mm-hmm,
software. And I was like, we're the official VA partner for the software. Like, we are the only VA partner for that software. Okay. So what do you know about the software? Well, I know how to do the automations. I know how to do blah, blah. I know how to do blah, 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 blah. Sabi ko, have you done online listings? No. Yeah, that was released last year. That was a new feature of the software. I thought you knew everything about the software.
mm-hmm.
What was the feature that was released last week? If you know everything about the software. I didn't notice on blogging. They just released blogging like last week. I thought you knew everything about the software. That's the problem na nagsasalita ka ng tapos.
Mm-hmm.
Diba? That you're making these claims that you cannot live up to.
Mm-hmm.
Na yung magsasabi ka na, oh, I know blah blah blah, I know blah blah blah. You don't have to teach me anything about the software, really. Okay? Yung mga landing page mo may CSS. Oh, I
Mm-hmm.
didn't know you could use CSS. Yeah, we've been putting CSS in the landing pages for about 1.5 to 2 years now. I thought you knew everything about the software. I will test you in an interview. Mapikon ka kung mapikon ka. But if you make a claim like that to me, I'm gonna test it. Tapos napikon siya, and then lumabas din na parang, he's not trainable.
Mm-hmm.
Diba? Lumabas
He's
din
too
yun na parang,
confident.
it's not that he's too confident. I love that you're confident, but parang yung magsasalita na parang, you guys cannot teach me anything. Like, you don't need to train me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know everything about the software, and we're the official VA company that's a partner of the software. You're gonna say that to us?
Mm-hmm. It's a
And
straight up.
so, yeah, it's not just lying. He's making this claim that he cannot live up to. Right? So kung magki-claim ka ng ganyan sa akin, itetest ko. Right? I'm gonna push and push and push and push the boundaries. That's what an interview is. It's a pressure situation. Ngayon, kung kaya mong sagutin, oh yes, I use the online listings for blah, 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 blah. That's what I love about them, because normally if you do that for SEO, you would need to do it manually. It would take me 48 hours. But with the new online listings feature, I actually did that with a client. It took me 30 minutes. Okay,
Yeah.
pasado ka. Diba? What was the new feature that was released last week? I'm not too sure what was released last week. I know what was released last month was yung change sa ganito, yung reporting na ganto, ganyan. Although you didn't answer my question of what was released last week, pasado ka para sa akin. But the fact that he didn't know, and he didn't know this, and he didn't know that, there's like 4 things that he didn't know. And then you're going to make a claim, you guys don't need to teach me anything. I know everything about the software.
Red
like,
flag.
seriously, dude? Yeah, huge red flag. So, Mr. de Guzman, do you guys know about Refocus? They offer training and I have to pay, then would help get a job. Well, I haven't heard of Refocus, but if they're willing to do that, great. I joined a free webinar. Yes, you need to purchase in-depth training. So I'm going to just say this, okay? Okay, Mr. D. Guzman. If the job that they're promising is like an internship, it's not really a job.
It's a digital
maraming ganyan eh. Oo, maraming ganyan eh. They'll say, if you pay for our training, we guarantee you a job right after. What they actually do is they have you work for them, and maybe it's for a reduced rate, like $1.50. Mataas na yun. They'll say, para maka-experience ka.
Well, what it says on their website is
doesn't matter if it's for digital training, doesn't matter if it's for nursing, doesn't matter if it's for hotel management, doesn't matter. Okay? They tell you that. Hey, Christine, are you feeling better? Lovey. Marami pong ganyan. So you have to ask more questions, Mr. De Guzman. You have to ask them, what kind of job is this that you're gonna give me after the training? Okay, is it gonna be a job that I'm gonna still have after 6 months, or is it with a client? Pag sinabi nila, no, we'll have you working for our academy, it's an internship. Like, they'll have you do it for 30 days. And then sasabihin nila sa'yo, sige, ilagay mo na yan sa resume mo, makakuha ka na ng client niyan. Style ng mga academy yan, yung mga
Eto na nga, tinignan ko yung website.
You need to ask more questions. Yeah.
Eto ang sabi nga sa website, it's gonna be part of your portfolio after you have completed the course. It's an 8-month course, and then you will be introduced to a remote work which will pay you 16,000 pesos salary and 100% job guaranteed.
Yeah, job with who? Job with who? Is that with a client or?
I believe so. Sabi kasi nila sa website nila.
Well,
like they are working with 2,000 plus companies.
Nagtatagalog pala si Madam. Paminsan-minsan. Pag, sinumpong. Yeah, so it's, for me, it's still not clear. And you know what? Their website is their website. So they're gonna, yung language on the website is what they put on there. What you need to find is go online, maghanap ka ng reviews. Okay, maghanap ka ng good reviews and bad reviews. And people who've actually taken the course, very straightforward. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna bullshit you. Okay, you're not paying for this. Okay, you're not paying for the advice. I'm not making you pay for the advice. That's why I can afford to give it to you straight. Okay, it's like, para ako yung ate mo na, I wish the best for you. I do love you as your big sister, right? Pero dadagukan kita pag naggago ka. Right?
Yeah.
But I will tell all my friends and my family, my little brother, magaling yan, talino yan, blah, blah, blah. Huy, gago. Huwag kang ganyan. Yung mga ganun tipo. Because, I want the best for you. I do. I want the best for you. So, if I was you, maghanap ka ng reviews online, like malalim. Maghukay ka ng malalim sa social media. Find out if they are registered sa DILG, sa DILG,
JLG.
DILG. Ano ba yun? Yung what's that, where you register your businesses? Diba?
Mhm.
Shit. It's on the tip of my tongue. Find out if they're registered, and then find out
DTI.
if they've DTI yan. And then, or sa SEC, DTI and SEC. Check mo kung naka-register sila. And if palagi sila nagpapalit ng pangalan. Yes, I did. I answered your question from way back. That was like my first week on TikTok, I think, or my second week. Yeah. So you're going in the right direction. For me, it's like, don't pay for it yet until you know all the details. Maghukay ka ng reviews. Kung sila yung tipong kumpanya na palagi nagpapalit ng pangalan, that's a huge red flag. Huge. Like, really big red flag. Pero kung nakalagay na since 2017, yun pa rin yung pangalan nila, and may sa reviews, like, let's say, 70%, medyo okay. Yung iba, may mga unhappy, mga ganyan. I would consider that pretty safe. Pero kung nagpapalit palagi ng pangalan, tapos karamihan ng mga tao, kinuha lang yung pera ko, and blah, 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 blah. That's like, yeah, I would never take it. Dagukan mo namin. Shanty. Hello.
So, going back dun sa um interview scenario kanina, yung pinag-uusapan natin.
Yeah.
So let's say hindi mo nga siya i-consider in the first place kasi walang experience, but do you also take into account how this person, yung enthusiasm niya, and then curious about his learning curve? Because I experience working with people na madaling turuan versus hindi talaga kayang turuan.
No. It was just based, how will I know kung madali siyang turuan? I can't tell that on an interview. I can tell that from your past. Like, what have you done? If the person's like, well, I know how to fly an airplane, and I know how to drive a tractor, and I know how to blah, 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 right? Like, maybe you're, pero itetest if you really love
Me?
me.
Is that me?
How will I know if you really love me? Shadi! Baliw ka. Like, I can tell from your past, like, what are some of your achievements from the past, mga ganyan. That I can tell. I can't tell the future. If you're telling me, take a chance on me because I will be good, I will be blah, blah, it's very easy for me to say that. Okay? It's easy for me to say, I can fly. Can you guys tell if I can fly or not? No. You can't tell. I can tell you anything. I can tell you I am Prince William's second cousin twice removed. And you wouldn't know, right? I can tell from your past, but I can't tell what's going to happen in the future. So even if you tell me, madali ako, trainable po ako, ganto, ganyan. And you know what? It's such a canned response, right? Can like, applicants, can you stop? Prince Joa ganun. Lokaret. Sabi ko, second cousin twice removed. Oh, English yon, Shanti. Magaling ka mag-English, huwag ka magkunwari. Alam ko yan. Ako nag-interview sa iyo. So, Yeah, I mean, like, don't tell me what you can do in the future. Show me what you've done in the past. I'll base it on that. I think that's
Mhm.
fair.
Is it also fair that uh, based on uh, based on the resume, let's say for example, that person started working as a, let's say, as a rank and file clerk sa office, and then based on the work experience and yung progression niya dun sa company na yon is after niya maging rank and file, naging supervisor in a certain short period lang, and then eventually nag-move siya to a different department, something more technical, and then he was promoted from there. Is that something that you consider as a factor to actually tell if this person has potential even though hindi siya nagpapakita ng experience relatable dun sa hinahanap mo talagang um, specific experience?
It depends. Because, when you show me and I had a resume that I looked at like that before. So, mukhang maganda yung experience niya. Kasi, and she actually worked for local government, and she was like the secretary for the undersecretary of blah, 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 parang ganun. And then,
Mm-hmm.
maganda nga yung resume mo. Kaso, dun sa interview, nag-exhibit siya ng mga behaviors na hindi rin super ganda. Like, she was very distracted. Like, she was typing stuff, mga ganon. Tapos nakamute, mga ganyan. And then, may gap dun din sa resume niya. So, it was like, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. Like, I have to put it together. Saan po? VA agency po kayo, ma'am. Level 9 virtual. Okay. Digital marketing. For me, kapag binigyan ng chance ang walang experience pero willing mas productive sila, depends. Hindi lahat. Just my experience. Parang naniligaw sa'yo yun eh. Parang, syempre hindi mo pa alam yung ugali. They'll tell you all kinds of crap.
Things that you want to hear.
Yeah, they'll tell you what you want to hear. Especially if you don't know anything about them. Wala pa.
Wait na.
Wala.
I'm on
Christine,
a lunch
kamusta
break. So,
na? Oh, you're on a lunch break?
yes.
Okay.
We have technical issue right now kasi hindi nag-up yung landing
Ano?
page. Something to do with DNS, expired registry, something like that.
Yeah. So, kailangan may pailaw ka na, madam. Yes, madam. Oh. Nag-ano ako, nag-upgrade ng home office setup. Para maiba naman. Di ba parang, sometimes you need to switch your furniture around to kind of give it a different energy. Di ba? So, parang mas type ko yung medyo boho, eclectic look. Kaya tingnan mo to. Gawa ko yan, no? May cover ako sa chair.
Ang ganda nga
I
niya.
will. I know, right? So cute. Tatlo yung ganyan ko. Yung isa pure white, tapos yung isa parang kulay, may mga pink and green and stuff. Pero kasi yung curtain ko is like gray, light gray and dark gray, so parang mas bagay itong medyo dark na blue. And then, di pa dumarating yung mga leaves and like the hanging plants. Pag may hanging plants yan, it's gonna look like more boho. Yung maganda kasi sa boho, kahit magulo siya, mukhang maayos pa rin. Alam mo yung ganon?
Mm-mm.
Yeah! Di ba? Parang, kasi pag, halimbawa, ayos na ayos yung workstation mo, tapos, halimbawa, it's like beige and white. Di ba? Pag nadumihan yan, like, it just looks dirty, right? Pag boho, parang pwede mo halu-haluin yung mga pattern, tapos medyo magulo, like, it still looks okay. I have to kind of factor that into my lifestyle, and yung dalawang aso minsan nandito sa home office ko, so, like, the floor just looks like sinabugan ng bomba, kadalasan. Yung sofa nga, buti yung tela niya, yung parang may grooves. Kaya hindi nila nasisira yung sofa. May Christmas party ba, madam? Wala po. Gusto mo tayo. Kaso hindi ako umiinom, friend. Oo,
Sabi ni,
so, si Alwin Omar de Guzman. Gusto mo mga free training, Alwin, doon ka muna sa Google. Maraming training sa Google. Yun lang, it's mostly digital marketing. So if you don't want to enter the world of digital marketing, like, you're gonna have to find training somewhere else. Halimbawa, gusto mo mga, ang tawag doon? Data analyst, walang ganun training sa Google. Yung Google, ano, ano siya, lahat ng training niya is like mga digital marketing stuff. There's a lot of the training is free, some of it is paid. But what you can do is you can take all the free training first, and then kung gusto mo na bayaran yung iba, you don't have to take the paid training. The free training itself may certificate na yon from Google. Like, you're certified by Google,
mhm.
right? So dalawa yon, Google Digital Garage. Okay? I-type mo lang sa Google, Google Digital Garage. And then yung isa, mas advanced ng konti, is Google Skill Shop. So there's already 2 platforms you can go to for free training from Google itself. Okay? Kung gusto mo SEO naman, Yoast Academy may free basic SEO training. Tapos yung Yoast, kilala na yan. Yung Yoast plugin, SEO plugin for WordPress, sobrang bihasa na yan for SEO. So that's how you know na quality yung training. Hindi siya yung training academy na kami ang the best training academy. Hindi siya ganoon, di ba? Alam mo na talaga may pangalan talaga siya, na talagang that's their expertise. Sa garage, meron akong cert. Oh, very good, Shandy. Doon ka na sa skill shop naman. I'm new to this and interesting siya. Yeah. Try Google Digital Garage first, because that's a little bit more broad. And then, pag decided ka na, gusto ko sa digital marketing, gusto pag-arali yung Google Ads, mga ganyan-ganyan, tsaka ka lumipat sa Google Skill Shop. Kasi mas medyo advanced siya mas detalyado siya ng konti. Ngayon, if you take Google Digital Garage and you decide after that na, yeah, digital marketing is not for me, I would rather do something else, then at least alam mo kung naayaw mo siya. But you can still get your certificate from Google. Pero sa totoo lang, maraming freelancer, I would say like, even up to like 70 to 80% ng mga freelancers, they actually go into digital marketing. Yung mga SMM, lahat yan, mga digital marketing yung mga yan. Though caregiver ang background ko, and now, as a TBCX ako as an employee ng Airbnb. Yun pala eh. Alam mo yung Airbnb, you can actually like volunteer for them. Hey guys, do you want me to create your TikTok account? Mga ganyan. Diba? And then, dahil ikaw na in charge sa TikTok account nila, then they're paying you for that. And you can be like, let me go ahead and set up your mga posts nyo for 1 month. So, natuto ka na content creation. Natuto kang gumamit ng content calendar. See? I've searched from Udemy po, digital marketing. Di ko pa lang siya ma-apply. Yeah. Udemy may bayad, no? Yeah. Doesn't really matter where you get your training. But if you have no income coming in, or maliit pa lang yung income mo, like, I would do all the free stuff first before I go to the paid stuff. Check ko nga yung Google na yan, mams. Makapag-upskills na. Google Digital Garage, bakla. Yeah.
There is
Go
this
ahead.
one thing I find fascinating about yung mga aspiring freelancers. They're like looking for opportunity to learn, knowing that there are a lot of accessible materials online, even for free, like what you mentioned. Ang dami na nun. And um, binigay mo na yon, but they are still looking for something else. It's like they want you to spoon feed them everything. Like they don't want to take an effort na matuto on their own. And then
I don't think it's that they don't want to make an effort. I think what they want is um
an easy way
parang
in, I
saklay.
guess.
Parang saklay. Na parang
Uh,
they want something to lean on, so that it's not to do with their skills and are they able to do the course or not. They can do the course, like anyone can do the course. It's a confidence building thing. Like they don't feel confident, like at the back of their mind they do not see themselves yet working as a freelancer or as a VA. May duda talaga sa at the back of their mind na parang, can I do this? So I need
But
somebody to prop me up and tell me, yeah, you can do this. Somebody to prop me up every single day and say, yeah, you can do this. Yeah, you can do this. Yeah, you can do this. The problem, guys, is that wala pong supervisor, walang STL, walang ganyan as freelancer or VA. So you have to do that for yourself. Okay? Since kung, so if you're gonna ask me to do that for you, what's the benefit to me? Are you paying
nga,
me? No. Like you, I walked my own path. Okay, I made a lot of mistakes, but I walked it alone. You have to walk your own path alone. Get the information, do something with it. Okay? Marami sa inyong babagsak, marami sa inyo is aayaw. Are you gonna be part of the sabi nga ni Gary V, di ba? Free nga yung information na 99% of people do nothing with the information coming from this
yes, exactly.
billionaire.
That's
He's already
something that
giving you. Binibigay na niya sa inyo yung mga sikreto niya. Yet 99% ng mga tao na nakakita sa information niya, walang ginagawa. Are you gonna be
exactly,
part of the 99 or are you gonna be part of the 1%? Is the
exactly.
question you need to ask yourself.
Yan yung isa dun sa dun sa na-pick up ko dun sa video nga kanina, yung kay Gary. That's why
Mm.
I mentioned earlier dun sa dun sa discussion natin kanina, anong earlier discussion natin na as a content creator and wanted to help people, educate them and give them information on what they need to know about freelancing, and then just to find out that people are not really watching my video or really taking the time to finish the entire video and take in all that information na gusto mong i-impart sa kanila. So yun doon ko palang na-connect, yung nabanggit mo ulit, yung kay Gary, doon ko palang na-connect na 99% ng pinagsasabi niya is hindi rin naman iti-take ng mga nakapanood sa kanya. Kasi ganun din yung nararamdaman ko na despite my effort, despite this video na aiming to give you information you need, I think, na makakatulong sa iyo to understand what freelancing is. But you chose to scroll up or just watch the first 5 seconds of it and then you lost interest. That goes to show na you're not really interested into this industry or to this path. Parang you just wanted everything to be handed over to you on a silver platter and then kakain ka na lang. You know, yeah, it's kaya naisip ko you have to take an initiative and effort to actually learn and not just rely on something just to carry you forward. Kasi I started like 12 years ago and then nothing as in nothing out there that I can say na um, nag-guide sa akin to where I am now in freelancing. Everything is by myself. So I carried myself forward. So that's something I don't understand doon sa ibang aspiring freelancers. Everything is handed over to you. Kakain ka na lang. And why can't you do anything about those information na nakukuha mo? Why don't you take 3 minutes of your time to take in all those information na binibigay na sa'yo for free?
So, sabi ni Christine, i-check ko nga yung Google na yan, ma'am, nakapag-upskills nga. Yung iba naman, nagte-take ng course or training, wala namang execution. There, it's exactly what Coach was saying. Nasa real estate ako as TCN disputer sa credit repair and eyeing to switch. Me too, I'm eyeing to switch. Everyone has a goal, okay?
Yeah.
Si Ralph, may I ask po as a freelancer VA, do employers give COE po when you resign? So when you're a freelancer, you don't have employers, just to make it clear. hindi ka po employee nila. So
Actually,
they will not
that
give you
depends.
COE. Yeah, that depends. Okay, but
That depends.
kadalasan is independent freelancer ka, independent contractor ka. So they can give you a certificate that you were their independent contractor, but they will not necessarily say on the certificate na, yes, I employed this person.
Magkaiba kasi ng status yun,
Iba yung employee, iba po yung VA,
contractor.
iba po yung freelancer, iba yung contractor, iba po.
Mhm. Well, you can say na I work with, they can say on the COA na I work with this person for this position and contracted person A to work on this project and ganun lang. But they
Yeah,
cannot give
they're not
you,
gonna say this person was my employee and they were a great
yeah,
employee. They're not gonna say that.
it's like hiring someone to do your home or to fix your home.
Oh, parang
Nagko-contract ka ng contractors. So that's actually
correct.
your role. Ikaw yung contractor para doon sa bahay na yon. And you're not an employee, but you're someone doing business with that person. So in
Parang
essence,
business to business, tama.
you're doing business with your client. So you're not an employee. But that depends kasi may client na nagbibigay nun. Actually, yung client ko ngayon, since it's an organization, it's a company, they do give COE for certain purposes lang. If you're going out of the country, di ba usually may ano yun? May requirement. Kung employed ka, you have to present COE. So, nagbibigay sila nun. Pero hindi nila ilalagay na employee ka. They will just say, you're working with them as this position from since when and yung current status mo sa kanila and if you're still working with them. Ganun lang. But it's being
Okay.
honored naman kasi may mga VA kami before na they went out of the country, they presented the CEO, inaccept naman. COE
Yeah.
pala, sorry.
So, okay, what if the company requires you to provide COE? What can you do? You can't force a client to give you a COE. The client
Mm.
will give you what they will usually give you, or even a VA agency. You cannot force them. If you can't demand, give me a COE. How can I give you a COE? It's a contract of employment. Eh, hindi ka naman naging empleyado talaga. So, in effect, you're telling the company or the client to lie. That's not
And
a
ano
good
ba yung
look.
purpose? Yeah, ano
Ano
ba
ba
yung
yung
purpose mo
purpose?
ng COE mo?
Ngayon, if ina-applyan mo is, what I ask them, in lieu or in place of the COE, ano pong pwede? You have to, you have to ask all the questions you need to ask. Kailangan inquiring yung utak mo all the time. Okay, like I was saying earlier, you cannot lose like that ability for you to make your own decisions. Ang problema po sa social media, yung mga nakita lang natin, feeling natin, it's already decided. Ay, totoo siguro yan kasi nakita ko sa ganito, nakita ko sa Rappler, nakita
Mm.
ko sa ganyan. No, never lose that ability. Half your brain should be like, oh wow, cool. And then half your
But
brain should
how
be like,
or hi?
totoo ba?
Why?
Yeah,
Oo.
why? Like, find out for
How?
yourself. Magtanong ka ng magtanong. Like, never lose your inquiring mind. Okay?
You know
Because
what?
once you lose
What's
that and then you just react to everything that you see, you're just taking on somebody else's opinion. And what if that
what
person
I
is lying
noticed
to you?
sa mga kilala kong successful freelancers, they have one special quality why they were successful. They are very inquisitive.
Yeah.
They
You
are very
always need to
inquisitive.
ask those, always asking questions. Tama
Yeah.
yan.
So, anong purpose para saan yung COE and then
Ano pong
find
pwedeng
find
i-replace nun?
mm
Is there
find
anything
something
else?
to supplement at least sabi mo na lang anong pwedeng supplementary para dito. And if you're working for a client and then connected kayo via platform, let's say Upwork, you know that Upwork actually issues certificate, and that's
Mm,
actually acceptable, yung
yeah.
ini-issue ni
My
Upwork na
sister
ano.
used that. O yung kay Upwork.
Mm-mm.
Yung may record
That's
ka
actually
doon.
acceptable.
Yeah, that's very reputable, yung Upwork.
Example lang naman yun. But if you're working with a direct client, wala kayo sa platform, then
Is this for
find something.
travel? Is this for traveling? Or
For traveling, tinatanggap nila yung Upwork. Tinatanggap
oo,
nila yun for travel.
tinatanggap nila yon. That's legit. That's upfront legit. Pag nag sabi ko, pag nag 3,000 followers ako, coachy, I'm gonna interview my sister on a live.
Mm-hmm.
Patatagalogin ko.
Pipilitin mo, no?
Kasi hindi pa rin yung diretso magtagalog.
Oo, nakwento mo nga last time. Until now, gano'n na ba siya katagal dito?
I don't know. Since 2000, since the 2000s, early 2000s.
But until now, hindi pa rin siya marunong Tagalog.
Okay. So apat kami magkakapatid, right? And so I'm the eldest, and then yung pangalawa namatay siya. And then yung third, yung brother ko. And then ito, yung sister ko, yung bunso namin. Yung natuto magtagalog ako, tsaka yung lalaki.
Mm-hmm.
Yung second na namatay, tsaka itong bunso, they never learn. Really na, yung
Is
diretso.
that by choice? Is that by choice, or
Hindi ko alam
they really
eh.
struggle to learn the language?
I really don't know if it's by choice or I have no idea. Okay. Or kung nahirapan talaga sila mag-communicate sa Tagalog. Like, I have no idea. But ako, parang ano eh, natuto ako kasi ayoko magmukhang tanga. Palagi ako nagmumukhang tanga. So, yeah. It's like, so nagkaroon ako mga barkada and they would take advantage of me. Right? Do clients offer or sponsor USB? No, they don't. There's no reason for them to.
Actually, that's partly true. I have this contact, Australian account, Australian client, and they do offer na yung hina-hire nila is i-sponsor nila pumunta sa Australia to be trained for a week, and it's all expense paid.
To be trained, but not to
Yes.
live. Yung
No.
sister ko, madalas, hindi, yung sister ko, madalas, she's had like a couple of trips and then she's scheduled for another one, I think in
Oo.
2 weeks. So, pabalik-balik na lang siya.
Mm-mm.
But not with a Russian client. I was like, don't go to Russia.
No.
Right? Like, pero sa Australian kasi isang client, so pabalik-balik na siya. But if you're asking to live and to work,
Oo, yung titira
no.
ka doon, I don't
There's
think so.
no reason for the client. Just, kasi ano ka lang eh, VA ka eh. You're not even an employee.
Mm-mm.
Okay? And I'm operations director for my client. He has not offered me to live in the US. Okay? And I manage 2 of his businesses. What tools do you use to develop the skills? Skills for what? For managing people? A lot of it is experience. You
Siguro
make
she's
mistakes,
referring to
then you alin.
systems or
Ah,
tools.
So if you're gonna like be in management, you have to learn project management first of all,
Mm-hmm.
and then it helps if know how to. You have some background in managing people. I can't exactly say that. Basta yung mas importante as a manager is a technical understanding. You don't have to be an expert. Like, for example, yung team ko, halo-halo sila. So we have graphic designers, we have video editors, we have WordPress web developers. Marami silang skill set. I am not an expert on all of those things. Okay? However, I have led a team where parang may graphic designer, may web developers, may ganto, may ganyan. And I had to push them to be like, let's do this website. And it was like a 70-page website. Like I
Mm-hmm.
headed that team. And we pushed out that website in like 2 months. Tapos Pasko pa yun, ha? Na I can tell, like, if this website is a good looking website, if it works, like the technical understanding is more important and the people management skills than knowing how to build the website. I have people for that. Okay? Pero kung magre-rely lang ako sa sasabihin nila, oh, okay na po, Miss Chen. Okay na po yung ganyan-ganyan. Eh, tapos hindi ako marunong mag-testing. Tapos
Mm-hmm.
hinand over ko sa client. Tapos, yun pala yung website, hindi mobile optimized. Pag nandun sa mobile phone, mukha siyang pangit, 'di ba? Like
Oo. Wala sa layout.
wala yeah, like yung mga developers, they're not gonna think about that. They don't think
Mm-hmm.
about that. You're the group leader. You have to think about things like that. Oh, nakalimutan niyo yung favicon. 'Di ba sabi ko dapat hindi niyo ba nakuha yung ganto ganyan ganyan? So So if you're looking to move up in management, like a lot of it is probably from experience. The first thing you'll need to learn is learn how to use a project management tool and then
And
choose a niche.
and to add to that, you have to master delegation.
Yes.
Delegate. Pag
Pero wag ka
marunong ka mag-delegate,
mag-over-delegate.
oo. Wag naman
Pag,
over-delegate. Pero,
pag nag-over-delegate ka, tapos nag-rely ka lang dun sa tao mo, like, lolokohin ka na mga yan.
yeah, you have to have the technical understanding. Yeah, that's correct. And then you also need to learn how to delegate. Kasi sa akin, nakakatulong yung proper delegation and knowing who knows what to do on this area, sinong marunong sa ganitong area, and then divvy up the work according to who has the best experience, who has the best skills on what needs to be accomplished doon sa project na yan.
Mm. Kasi, tsaka, ako yung humarap sa client eh. Ako yung humarap sa client and this client, like, he's a very famous CEO. Meron siyang side business, which was like matchmaking, like executive matchmaking. And that's the website that we were building for him. But, yung sa normal job niya, he was like CEO of a Fortune 500 company. So
Mm-hmm.
talagang ako yung humarap because I was like, I had to look at his website and be like, it's a great website, you have a great business. But what I'm seeing is that yung mga CTA mo, like on the first page, like it just, they don't jump out at me. Okay, and the
Mm-hmm.
style of the website is just so 2010. Okay, I understand that you're trying to promote like a business where it's matchmaking, it's not Tinder, but it has to be sexy to some extent, right? Like there's no
Yes.
sexy in it right now, like on the website, 'di ba? Tsaka, oo, may mga pictures ng mga babae and they're all pretty and stuff, but look at this picture. Like this picture is this small. When I click on this
Mm-hmm.
picture, ang laki naman niya. Like the sizes of the photos of the women candidates, just the women, and I haven't even looked at the men, is
Mm-hmm.
like you should use a plug-in here. 'Di ba? Yung plug-in na yung halimbawa, nagfa-fan yung mga photo when you click on one then it comes out. Yung mga
Yeah.
ganun.
It
Like
zooms
ako
in,
yung
it zooms out. Yeah.
exactly. Like, I'm not a web developer, but ako yung haharap sa client. Yung, kung iharap ko yung web dev, like, they're not going to be able to talk to the client that way. And I'm trying to sell the client here at the same time.
Yeah.
So, like, as a manager, like, there's so many hats that you need to wear. And then at the same time, you have to keep your own opinion. Like, you have to believe in yourself. Hindi yung parang, sabi ng mga tao, magaling ako na manager. So, parang nakasalalay sa mga tao mo. Like, whether you're good at your job or not, it doesn't depend on that. Okay? Because, guess what? The bigger your team, the more people will say that you're a bad manager. Half the team could be saying you're a good manager, half could be saying you're a bad manager. Who are you going to believe?
Right. May comment si Gloria here. I'm a fresh graduate daw and I aspire to get into the field of VA before I even graduated. I got a laptop, but right now I'm still so lost.
You should go to and watch some of my videos. I did a video yesterday on the easiest way to pass the hardest part of your interview, which is the situational and behavioral. So, step one is, what is the job? Ano ba yung trabaho na gusto mo? Right? Kung gusto mo mag-EA, find out all about the EA. Right? Ano yung skills na kailangan sa EA? Kasi ite-testing ka dun eh. 'Di ba? Pag gusto mo maging EA, 4 skills basically. Okay? Kasi para kang secretary na level up. Okay? They look at your communication skills. Do you have to speak with an accent? No. But you have to be able to communicate directly with the client. Yung time management skills mo have to be super good. Like really, really good. Okay? Kailangan details-oriented ka. Hindi ka pwede yung parang ura-urada lang. Yung parang, pag naglagay na reminder sa meeting kay client, lahat ng reminder nandun. So that if client consults you, where's the reminder for my meeting? Kahit hindi mo basahin, alam mo yon. Kasi details-oriented ka naturally. And then, pang-apat is problem solving. Like, that is probably the most important if you want to be an EA. Kasi ang daming ibabato sa'yo na hindi mo ine-expect talaga. Like, sasabihin ng client mo, I want to dine at the Spotted Pig next week because it's mine and my girlfriend's anniversary. And the Spotted Pig is like probably one of the top 3 in-demand restaurants in New York City, let's say, and you need to book it like 30 days in advance. Gusto niya next week. Ikaw
So how will you do
pinapabook.
that?
How are you gonna do that? Paano gagawin? Ako nga, nung EA ako, pinabili ako ng panty, ng hipag ng client. Diba? People look at me and they're like, oh, she's, ang ganda niya magsalita ng English. Akalain mo, pinabili ako ng panty. Physically, pumunta ako sa mall. Kasi nandito sila sa Pilipinas. And then she called me, she was like, can you buy me some underwear? Like, we can say, oh, that's not really in my pay grade. That's not really in my job description. You don't say things like that to a client. Kahit graduate ka pa ng Harvard, sure, what size? Anong gusto mo? Seamless. Anong gusto mo? Anong kulay? Diba? Alamin mo muna yung mga trabaho na pwede sa VA with no experience. Because that's what you are basically. You are a next generation VA with absolutely no experience. So you have to find out what those jobs are. And you're usually going to fall into appointment setter, which means calls, or EA, executive assistant. So doon ka malalaglag as somebody with no experience. So now you have to find out what those jobs are and what are the skills that you need. Ngayon, pag tinignan mo yung trabaho ng EA and you're like, ay, hindi ko masyadong type. Parang ang hirap niya. Ang hirap niya, girl. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Like, mahirap talaga siya. And pag hindi mo type, now you have to look at the other. And be like, okay, appointment setter, anong ginagawa nito? Alamin mo muna yung trabaho. Huwag ka apply ng apply, tapos gagawin mo parang loto. Okay, kasi sino mauna, kumuha sa akin. Paano kung hindi ka kinuha kahit sino doon? Right? Tapos nagka-record ka na kasi rejected ka na sa 5 application mo. Alamin mo muna. Like, you should watch some of my videos. Okay? Do your research. Do your preparation. Para pag humarap ka sa interviewer, how are you gonna stand out to the interviewer? You tell the interviewer, I did my research on your company. I researched you for 3 months. I really want to work with you. I really super duper want to work with you. I know Miss MJ, I know si Miss Chris, I know si ganito, I know si ganyan who works for you. I know they're all super EAs. I want to be a super EA. That's how you're going to stand out in the interview. Be prepared. Tatlo lang hinahanap. As an interviewer, tatlo lang hinahanap ko sa applicant. 1, prepared ka ba? How prepared are you? Do your research. Okay? Be prepared. 2, be honest. Kung anong nilagay mo sa resume mo, dapat alam mo yun. Kasi tatanungin ka doon. Huwag mo ilagay sa resume yung parang experience ng ibang tao. If they ask you about that, yung experience ng ibang tao, hindi mo alam. Kasi ginamit mo lang. Okay?
Yeah.
3, stand out. I always look for something different. What is it about you that makes you stand out, that makes you different? Yung mga gumagamit sa akin na, if I ask you, why should we hire you? And you're like, well, I'm trainable, I'm hardworking, I'm blah, blah. Canned response. Tumigil ka. I've heard that 100 million times from everybody else. What makes you different?
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for somebody with an accent. I'm not looking for somebody with a Harvard degree. I don't give a shit about that. Prepared, honest, stand out. Nalala ko tuloy yung nag-apply sa akin dati, acquisition daw. Then nag-ask na ako about CMAD na alam. I haven't heard that term CMA in a long time. Ginagamit pa rin yun. Honest talaga, important yan. Yeah. Because you know what? So, kung maharap ka sa interviewer na medyo nagmamadali, ang swerte mo. But, kung maharap ka sa akin, and like, let's say your interviewer knows their job, tapos may background pa sa psychology, yari ka. That's why, keep it simple, just be honest. Because if you naharap ka sa interviewer, they remember everything that you say. Wag mo i-assume na parang, hindi naman nila maalala yan eh. What if, maharap ka sa interviewer, they remember every single thing that you say. E di yari ka. What you
And to
should
add
do
to
when
that,
you... Yeah. Go.
do not
Hindi.
oversell. Naalala ko lang.
Yeah, don't oversell yourself. And alam mo, pag nagpe-prepare ka for an interview, like prepare for it like it's the hardest interview you will ever have. Okay? Mag-prepare ka parang pag hindi ka natanggap dito, masusunog bahay mo. Parang ganun.
Gusto ko yung term na yun.
Oo. Alam mo nung lumalaban pa ako, yung mga boxer may kasabihan sila, hard training, easy fight. Easy training, hard fight. Or, mananockout ka, death, right?
Yeah.
So, pahirapan mo na yung sarili mo sa preparasyon.
Do it
Imbis
like
na,
your life depends on it.
do it like you're gonna die.
Yeah.
If you don't prepare for that interview. It's like it's like an athlete training for the Olympics, or si Pacquiao nagte-training para lumaban. Pag hindi nag-training ng maayos si Pacquiao, anong mangyayari sa kanya? Mananockout siya. Ganun din kayo. Gusto niyo mapahiya sa interview? It's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling. Mapahiya kayo sa interview. And you get called out on lying? I disagree. Don't over-prepare. Interview doesn't have to be scary. Pinoy lang ganyan. That's your opinion. Lahat ba ng interviews mo is gonna be with an American, and you're assuming that all Americans, all clients, all Canadians, all South Africans, all hindi sila mausisa? For me, that's the assumption that you're making. And that's based on what? On what people say on social media. Buti pa yung mga client, di mahirap mag-interview. Pag Pinoy, ang hirap-hirap mag-interview. Like, that's what you hear on social media. How do you know all clients are like that? That's not my experience. Kung yung, may client nga ako like, pinlace ko siya, tinanggihan niya yung unang binigay ko sa kanya. Yung client, very organized. She said, okay, have them fill out this Colby profile. Una, pina-fill out ng sarili niyang personality profile. May sariling personality test si ma'am. Okay? Just based on that personality test, tinanggihan niya yung unang binigay ko sa kanya. Ina-assume mo na pag client, madali lang yan mag-interview. That's not true. Si yung client, she has her own personality profile. And then pagdating sa interview, mahirap siya mag-interview. Even harder than me. You know why? Because she's a college professor. She has a PhD. I don't even know what her field is. Hey, Cherise! Kuya, binulgar kita dun sa isang video.
I think there's a difference between meron kasing Filipino corporate culture when it comes to interview na it's very technical and masyadong mahaba, masyadong mabusisi compared to being interviewed by a client directly na direct to the point, short, precise. And then siguro nagkakaroon ng difference doon sa interview approach na systematic, logical versus doon sa maraming paligoy-ligoy. Like, yung example, pag in-interview ka sa, let's say, nag-apply ka sa corporate, and then in-interview ka, yung mga line of questioning is like, teka lang yun. Gusto ko akit-akit. Yung tanong sa'yo, introduce yourself, yung mga ganong common line of questioning. You know the rest of those questions. Pero, ang difference sa direct clients, especially international clients, they will just ask you if you can do this or you can do that. So, sa experience ko, malaki talaga yung difference nila. But, if you take into account the technicality of what you're applying for, yung technical requirements, yung qualifications, of course, there has to be relevant questions that the interviewer need to ask of you to make sure that you are really the right person to do the job or for the position. Kasi merong mga set of qualities na pwede natin i-apply in general on some line of task o mga role na pwede nating i-apply yung common skill sets, pwede nating i-apply sa kanila. But for technical positions, technical jobs, yung specifics, of course, we also have to tailor our interview questions, and we have to seek for responses that are consistent to what we are looking for. Siguro yun yung take ko doon sa comment kanina versus yung sabi niya doesn't have to be scary, Pinoy lang yung ganyan. I think it has something to do with what the person is applying for and what the client is looking for.
So this is my take. If an interviewer is trying to make me feel comfortable, that's a red flag for me. Because it tells me they're moving from one mode of interview to the unstructured mode. Okay? Yung mga pinakamagagaling na interviewer, they know whether, I need to do the structured interview type or semi-structured. Yung I move to an unstructured, which is parang kwento-kwento, parang ganun, parang medyo paikot-ikot, mga ganyan. Pag yung kaharap ko is magaling, right? Like magaling siya magsalita, medyo madulas siya. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's people that you interview and, the communication skills are fantastic. They know there are people with a talent in interviews. They know what you want to hear and they're going to deliver that. So you will never really get a real picture of who they are, right? So it's, for me, kung kaharap ko is parang ganon, and then they want to make me feel comfortable, they're moving to an unstructured mode. And that it's gonna ring a little alarm bell for me, like, why are you trying to make me feel comfortable? And I've actually had that experience yung sa Chase. Kasi yung nag-interview
Mm-mm.
sa akin si Miss George. 'Di ba? Tapos parang dinaan niya ako sa kwento. Then once she had a good idea of who I was personally, tapos yung time na yon na parang nagsushooting yung anak ko sa Super Ingo. So our lives were in a little bit of a was a little bit messy dahil sa mga shooting schedule. Dun niya ako tinira. Because hindi niya ako hindi ko so the easy parts of the interview is the opening questions. Tell me a little bit about yourself, blah blah blah. How did you hear about us? Why do you want to work for us? Maganyan. And then they're going to move on to skills-based mga tools. Okay? So if you know what you're doing, if you have experience in your field, dapat you should pass that with flying colors, like your skills based, you know, your tools. Maybe you even have a portfolio if you're a designer or you're a creative person. Then they move on to the situational and the behavioral. And most people don't realize that that's the hardest part of the interview. Doon ka talaga babagsak, right? So, hindi niya ako matibag dun sa my experience and even my attendance. Like, my attendance was perfect. Like, you know, I was top ranked with the previous company that I left. Hindi niya ako matibag. Kaya, move siya sa unstructured, made me feel comfortable. Pinakwento ako about yung anak ko, asawa ko, my life, blah, 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 blah. Then she came right round, dun niya ako tinira. Oh, so since may career yung anak mo, then what happens kung biglang may shooting? So that means you have to be with your daughter. Like you said earlier, she's the most important part of your life, right? So ngayon, now she's making me feel like, oh, I'm not a fit for the company because of these circumstances in my life. So para sa akin, it's a red flag if like pinapakwento mo ko more about my personal, because you know what, at some point you're gonna use it against me. Because that's the point of being an interviewer, is like you need to get the truth. You need to get the true picture of who this person is. Okay? And in order to do that, they have to divulge more information that you can use, right? That you can use. If it's no, not necessarily. If it's a technical role, then they know their skills. But I think that for every interview, you need to do the situational and the behavioral, because how do you know that this person is going to be dedicated to the company, that they're going to stay for the long term? If I'm just going to, because most clients, they don't know how to interview. Most clients, that like yung client ko ngayon, ilang beses na siya naloko. Kasi in-interview niya over Messenger. Okay? Binulag-bulag siya na, oh yes, I've worked with Rob Bailey. I've worked with blah, blah. I've done automations for blah, 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 blah. Oh, really? Wow, fantastic. So, next thing I know, email ako ng client ko, we have to onboard si ganto, ganto, ganyan, ganyan. He's really good at what he does. He's worked with some of the most impressive people. And then when I interview the VA, the candidate, they're working with 5 clients. Did my client know how to interview for that? No. And the VA is like, kailangan ko ng flexi sked, tsaka kailangan ko ng ganto, kailangan ko ng ganyan, kailangan ko yung ganyan. Did he tell that to my client? No. Because my client does not know how to interview. Most clients don't know how to interview. That's why yung iba nakakapasok, basta nalaman ng client, oh yeah, marunong mag-Canva, marunong mag-Figma, marunong mag-ganto, okay na yan sa kanila. Okay? Yeah, I'm not dishonest, right? But I can usually tell if like there's something wrong with this picture, with this candidate. Like, she speaks really well, you know, she's got a lot of the skills we're looking for. She has VA experience, but there's something wrong with this picture, and I have to find out what it is. because if we hire her, tas yung pala, the problem with that candidate that I interviewed, she was still under contract with another agency. That's what she didn't put on her resume. I was like, if it was my client interviewing, he would have accepted her in like 5 seconds. But what if we hire her, we have her sign an agreement with us, and then hinabol siya ng isa pang VA agency that she's still signed to. Yung pala, she's signed to 2 other VA agencies. Nagahap-hap na siya. Right? So it's not that you encourage people to be dishonest, but at the same time, I have to do my job. I have to find out what is the real picture here, because it's like the icing on the cake looks really good, but what is the flavor of the cake? You know, has somebody already eaten in the cake? Is the cake, bulok na ba yung cake? Di ba? Parang ganon. And if I don't do my job, like, we could be in a lawsuit. We could be, like, we give her to a client gets pissed off because she's not always there. She's working for other clients. You know what I mean? So, to do expectation setting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you do expectation setting at the interview. For me, it's just like a basic rundown. This is us as this is what we stand for. We were formed in 2018, blah, 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 blah. And then answer their questions. What is it like working at blah, blah? And I'll tell them, well, you know, we're not really the biggest VA agency. This is kind of what we're like, and we are still growing. Like, I'm not going to sales talk you, because we're not the right fit for everyone, okay? Like, we're in a very specific niche. Medyo niche kami na VA agency. But I can safely say that we don't have VAs resigning every month. We don't. We don't have clients leaving every month. Medyo marami lang in the last, I would say, 3 weeks dahil sa recession. Kasi may mga industries na medyo lagapak. Like, so, kung lagapak ang real estate, susunod na ang mortgage, right? And then maybe insurance. But we do have clients who come back all the time. So, like last week, there was a client, I placed him with a full-time VA, but then it didn't work out for him. And then he was like, you know what? It didn't work out with that VA, but I really still want to work with you guys. Can I just, you know, revert to like a project base? Can I be part of this program? And then I'll have my chats handled by this program of yours, ganon. So, parang, like, the full-time VA didn't work out for like one full solution, but what he needed fit into 2 of our services. You know what I mean? So it's not black or white. It's not like the client is, you know, we can't help you as a client, or we can help you as a client. We have a VA who's a fit. Like, we're willing to work with you and be like, so what is it that you need? Oh, I need maybe like 5 hours of graphic design. Then I need maybe 10 hours of this. But I will definitely need like live chat 24/7 between, I don't know, 9 a.m. Eastern time until 3 p.m., something like that. Then we tell the client, yeah, we can help you with the live chat. And then for the 5 hours of graphic design, blah, 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 we recommend this. Like, we still really want to work with you. We have a lot of clients who are like, you know, I still really want to work with you guys. Or sasabihin nila, I'm going on vacation for 2 months. Could I like downgrade, or could I deactivate? And then I'll reactivate once I come back. Yeah, sure. No problem. Your remaining hours you can use up until October 28th. So just send everything over. Diba? Parang ganun. We'll have your project manager take care of it. So, yeah. So, I mean, I'm guessing you work in a big company. Our VA agency is kind of small, so my role as operations director means that, like, there's a lot of hats that I wear. So I still do interviews. I do interviews for promotion. for people who want to get promoted. I do still do a lot of client onboarding and client interface. I even do upsells. Like I'll help on a sales call if that helps the sales team. Yung mga nagre-refer na mga bagong clients, like I'll send them over. Oh, let Giselle take care of you. She'll set up an appointment for you with Dakota. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so there's a lot of hats, and then SOPs, stuff like that, and then pag nagka-problema sa client, my VA didn't come in. So ako haharap kundi si Lori, who's the VA manager. And of course, like yung mga holidays, mga ganyan-ganyan. So there's like, if you're saying we don't expect clients or hiring managers to do expectation setting, that's the HR role. Well, you're lucky enough to have this person
An
has one
HR.
role, and then this person, hiring manager, does this, and then this person does this, project manager does this. Like, as a VA, like, or even freelancers, and coach will tell you that you have to find your own clients, sell your client, onboard your client, do the work, organize your work, organize the client's work, make sure that your work gets to the client, make sure that you run after revisions or edits, do the revisions, edits yourself, invoice the client, collect them. Like, there's so many hats that you have to wear. So, like, you're lucky enough to work for a big company where one person maybe has one, at the most two roles. But for me, and even for Coach Potato, like, we
Yeah, it
kind of have to
depends.
get used to
Yeah, it
doing it
depends
all.
on which organization you're in, because um, you may be lucky to have an organization that is well structured in terms of organizational chart. You do have people for certain roles, and you don't have to wear this X amount of hats at the same time. But if you are the hiring manager, you are also the HR. You're assuming the HR role as well, because you're a one man person. Then you have to step in and do the expectations yourself as well, and do it in one sitting. Like when you're interviewing the person, you have to set everything up for him so that you don't waste the time going back and forth with that person. If the person is qualified or not, then do it in one whole sweep. So depends on the needs talaga ng needs ng client, needs ng business, yung required for that role. The interview approach depends on what role needs to be filled in, ano yung qualifications, ano yung requirements. Because like I said earlier, one interview approach, certain skill sets does not normally apply to all kinds of roles. There are still certain roles that requires more specific qualifications, therefore requires a more thorough interview.
And then the question pops up, like, does that work for you guys? Is, like, having to wear so many hats? And I'm like, that's a hard question to answer. Like, what is the proof? The proof is in the pudding, right? I can say that the fact that we don't have VAs resigning every month is a good sign. And we have clients coming back, that's a good sign. Am I effective in my role? I would say initially, yes. So we grew the agency from 0 to like a 7-figure company in like its first 2 years. So I don't know. Is it working right now? Well, obviously we're still in business, so we're still turning a profit. We're still able to pay out, VAs and keep the clients happy and all that stuff. But there's still a lot of things that are wrong. There's always problems that pop up. So, I mean, automation doesn't
And
fix
another thing
everything.
that people needs to understand, especially those who are just about to venture into freelancing. Freelancing is not just about being a virtual assistant or executive assistant. There is more to it than that. As simple as freelancer, automatically you're a VA. No, there's a lot of different different fields. Even if you are into finance, accounting, you can be a freelancer by being an accountant,
What's for
not
you?
necessarily a VA.
What's the main? What are the main differences between? And I'm glad that you brought this up because I actually had a DM, and she thought that being a VA and a freelancer is the same thing. So
No,
for
it's
you,
not.
what are the main differences? Like what?
Being
How do you distinguish?
a freelancer naman, this is just my own take. Freelancer means you don't have a specific organization that you need to join. It's 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 a business kasi. When you say you're a freelancer, you're into a business of providing services. And regardless of
Mm,
what services is that, you're doing it on your own. You're not tied to any organization. You're not tied to any company. You're not an employee. And that's what a freelancer is all about. You're not an employee. And
mm,
then being a VA is just one category of what a freelancer is. That's a role. VA is a role within freelancing. Freelancing is like a huge umbrella. It's a very huge umbrella, and there are more categories that you can think of na pwede palang freelancer. Not just VA. Virtual assistant, that's given. It's a term used for people who help clients, go uh, go about their day without being worried about their schedule, being worried about certain things, so that the client would be more focused on building their business, things like that. Yung mga petty tasks, kay VA na yon. Hindi na nila
mm.
kailangan problemahin yun. But then
Yeah.
again, being a freelancer, if you are a lawyer by trade, you can be a freelancer by providing legal counseling or helping your client do legal paperwork or being a paralegal. You're not
Mm.
totally a VA, but you're assuming a role that um, strongly connects with your background. If you're a doctor, you don't have to be a VA. You don't have to be a VA kapag may medical background ka. You can be a freelancer by doing consultancy, insurance, medical insurance consultancy. No, sorry, ganito lang talaga ako mag-explain. Hindi ako ganita.
This is what happens when he's passionate.
Yeah, that's the best. No, that's the best.
He's because he's been a freelancer and VA for like 12 years, so you're passionate about what you care about.
I'm trying to prove the point, but hindi ako galit. Don't misunderstood me sa part na yan. I'm just trying to get the message across because there's a lot of misunderstanding then about freelancing that despite all the information you have available to you, hindi pa rin malinaw doon sa iba kung ano talaga yung tinatahak nila when it comes to freelancing.
I mean,
Yun
I'm
yung
gonna
take ko.
I'm gonna go back to the comparison na para akong ate mo, 'di ba?
Mm-mm.
Na paulit-ulit, ulit-ulit. Okay?
Mm-mm.
For me, it's not like I can tell you once and maybe you hear it and then it goes out the other ear. And then I tell you again, then it goes back in the ear and then goes out the other ear. Like you're going to need to hear it at least 5 times for
Yeah.
you to finally understand that, oh, that's what she meant. So, will I get tired of telling people that in the BPO industry na mag-prepare kayo bago kayo mag-work from home, wag kayo mag-resign kaagad? I don't know. Like, there are some days, maybe it's the fifth time that I'm saying it, so medyo napipikon ako. there are some days na I'm in the mood to actually tell you about it, so I will tell you in a lot of detail. But one thing is guaranteed, okay? People will not, like, one time, like, if you say it one time, it's not enough.
Mm. But if
People
you
don't
say
hear
it,
it one time.
but if you say it for the nth time, there's something wrong with the person.
I mean, I'm not going to make any assumptions about that. Maybe they have ADHD. I don't know, right? So, do you need me to tell you again? I made a video about it. I'll just send you the link. Diba? Mga
Sige.
ganyan. I mean, that's why I have the channel. That's why the content is free. And some people find it helpful. If you don't find it helpful, then, thanks for coming by. But, and let me go back to what you were saying about, because he said, oh, you sound angry, your tone of voice, blah, blah, blah. So and this is a personality thing again. Okay, so there are some people who are very intense. Okay. Like, for example, nung nagte-training ako for boxing, for me, it's like, the running every day and then, spending 4 hours at the gym. For me, that's being passionate. Okay, that's doing something that I love. I love so, so, so much. But for other people, it's like, you're overdoing it. Diba?
Mhm. Mhm.
Sobra ka na, sumasobra ka na. Like, you don't need to do that. Like, for me, what seems to me like passion, for other people, it's crazy already. But that's their
Yes.
interpretation. There's no one way to interpret everything. So, for Lloyd, you sound angry. For me, it's like, this is something you're passionate about. This is your passion. This is your baby. This is something you've been involved. This is a relationship you've had for 12 to 13 years now. So I understand the passion. But for him, it's like, oh, you sound angry. See? So it's like, it's different perceptions. But again, it's a personality thing. So,
Mhm.
so I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying that I'm right. It's just that
Mhm.
because of your personality and your experience and the way that you see the world, it appears one way to one person, it appears another way to another person.
I I
That's all I'm
actually get
saying.
I actually get that a lot kasi I
Yeah.
train whoever I hire, I train. So ako na nag-hire, ako na rin magte-train. Ako na rin ang mag-onboard sa'yo, ako na rin ang mag-endorse sa'yo. I get that a lot that
You're
I sound
intense.
angry when I explain something.
Yeah, you're intense. You're an intense
Oh,
personality.
kasi I want you to understand what I am saying kasi hindi ko na siya uulitin ulit. I want you to hear what I'm saying. Magkaiba kasi yung naririnig mo lang sa naiintindihan mo.
Correct.
You
Yeah.
hearing it versus um, you're actually listening to it. So magkaiba yun. If you're just hearing me but doesn't really comprehend what I'm trying to say, then magkakaproblema tayo kasi uulitin ko na naman yun. And then if you're really listening to me, then I don't have to be this intense. Because I have to put my energy up there kasi I want you to really listen. Because this will not come by again. That at least that's my training approach. Not that hindi tayo effective for training pero we don't have much time. Kasi
Yeah,
sa
and like in your role, like time is a very important thing. Like, in your current role as OM. So parang kung kailangan ko ulitin,
I
okay.
to
I have
be
a meeting
honest,
in like 30 minutes. So can
yeah,
we
I
just
to be honest,
reschedule this? Parang, di ba?
no, I don't have the time for that. Kasi nabanggit mo ngayon tungkol sa wearing several hats. That's where I am now. And then to invest my entire time para tutukan ka na matuto ka. Yes, I can do that, but not for so long na invested ako sa iyo hanggat matuto. What if hindi ka natuto for the entire 2 years? Napabayaan ko ng ibang trabaho ko. So, at in some way, situational din kasi um, you're racing against time. Like sa situation namin, pag may umalis na isa, ano na kami, pilay na agad kami. I have to take in somebody else right away, hire that person this day, on board you this day, interview din ngayong araw na to, and then pumasok ka bukas, within a week, kailangan natin matutunan yung work. Indoors na sa team mo after a week. And then we don't have time to go back and forth. Kasi, kailangan na siya kailangan na siya sa business mapipilayan tayo kapag nagstay pa tayo ng matagal. So, I learned this kind of approach when training people. We have one audience here who is actually, hi MJ. She's actually one of our VAs.
Sino?
Si MJ. Ayan,
Si MJ?
Nanonood siya. Yeah.
Hey MJ! O, diba si Mr. De Guzman, I'm learning a lot while I'm on day off, then naglalaba. Ako nga, nakapag-grocery na eh.
I'm actually working right now habang nag-discuss tayo.
Sumagot na ako ng mga emails, nakapag-grocery na ako.
Multitasking.
I know, right? So, like, I would handle that a little bit differently if the person was like, I didn't really understand that. Like, could we go over it again? And I'm like, I have a meeting in 30 minutes. Why don't we go over it again? Like, let's just reschedule. Can I pencil you in for tomorrow? So I have like 10 to 11 available. Why don't we just continue this for tomorrow? Okay. And then I'll learn from that because it's my fault because I didn't record the session or hindi naka-on yung tango, mga. So next time, if I'm training someone, I'll be like, let me just turn on tango. Para may SOP, may written na tayo. So if they're like, I didn't totally understand that, you'll be like, okay, so the tango SOP is going to generate within 15 minutes. I'll send you that. And then pag-aralan mo na lang. Or I'll record it and be like, so when the recording is done, I'll just send it to you and just pag-aralan mo na lang yung recording. So I would learn from that from the first time. So that the next time, if I don't have to reschedule and then, I don't have a problem with spending more time and explaining it to you and having to reschedule for tomorrow. But, like Coach said, if you want to move up in management, you're juggling a lot of things. So time is of the essence. So tools and stuff like that, they're really important to, really optimize the time that you have within the day. Because I could have like 7 meetings with clients and then I'll squeeze you in for 15 minutes. But you have to understand na kapag nagting-ting yung Zoom, nandiyan na yung client, kailangan lumabas ka na. Sorry.
Exactly.
I'm not kicking you out. I'm just saying that I can squeeze you in. Like I have 7 meetings today. Diba?
Yeah.
Parang ganon. So
in our case, at least sa akin kasi ang approach ko when it comes to productivity is I'm using the Scrum principles. If you're familiar with Scrum, Agile, so it's very specific and it's very timeline lahat siya. So may lahat ng every elements nung dapat nating ma-accomplish is naka-itemize yon, may timeline yon, and you have to follow that, otherwise we're gonna be left behind. So, nasanay ako ng ganun. Kaya, when I get into training, when I get into onboarding new VA, I have to follow a certain schedule. I have to follow a certain step into the process para on track tayo lagi. Kasi meron pa tayong ibang objectives after this and we have to stick with the schedule. So, it's almost like parang by the book pero you're just being efficient. Yun lang yun sa akin. I'm just trying to be very efficient. Kasi, yun nga, Tama yun. Time is an essence.
Yeah. Yan mo yan, si Mr. D. Guzman, nag-aaral habang naglalaba. Siya yung papalit sa akin. Nak.
So, okay man, ano nung natutunan mo from today's Bardagulan, Alvin?
Oo. Sige nga. Mag-summarize ka nga dyan. Mag-recitation ka. Joke.
Pero it's a good feeling when your audience actually they take something from kung ano yung pinagdadakdak natin dito. Kasi isa yan sa
Yeah.
mga, yun nga, nabanggit ko yun sa sentiment ko kanina, yung salita ka ng salita, wala namang gustong makinig, like, hindi sila interested or what. Pero, it's a wasted effort na magbigay ka ng napakaraming explanation, mag-share ng knowledge, and then people who you thought are interested into those are not actually interested.
Or even worse, people who come in there who challenge you and try to make you look like you don't know what you're doing. Like, in the first place, why would you do that? Right?
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's like, and it is like, I'm not a prayerful person, but by the grace of God, it's like, I can see that I'm gonna reach 3,000 followers, and for somebody who's not comfortable on social media, you have no idea, like how grateful I am that aabot ako sa ganon. And I would rather take, let's say, 50 views of my video and 5 comments on that video rather than 10,000 views and no comments.
Yeah.
That's what I would prefer. Oy, Mr. D. Guzman, if you want my job in future, mag-recite ka.
VA mo din ba si Alvin or
Hindi.
ano?
Ano yan, yung mga, one of the very first questions I had on TikTok. He was asking about how to become a VA.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, one of the things that we abandon as VAs, like, you're hunting on social media and you're like, can you give me a job? May trabaho ba? Pwede bang baka may role kayo dyan, baka may ganto, baka may ganyan. And then, pag walang maitulong sa'yo, so you just move on. Right? Whereas, what if you like this person's channel, you like this person's content, you actually develop a relationship, and then, like, nurture that relationship, that could lead somewhere. Diba? Hindi yung parang hanap ka lang ng hanap, pasok ka lang ng pasok ng live. Hiring ba kayo? Pag wala, labas ng live. Pasok na ibang live. Hiring ba kayo? Pwede ba ako mag-apply? Pag wala, labas na naman, pasok sa ibang live. You know what I mean? Like, the relationship in the virtual world, for me, it's so sad. It's losing its luster. Diba? And relationships last. Like, pwede kang matulungan ng mga yan. Like, si Mr. D. Guzman. What if I have a backdoor method that I haven't told you yet? Diba?
Right.
Paano pag diniyam kita and I'm like, alam mo, may vendor kami na ganto, ganyan. Try mo siya. You don't know, right? Like, you're assuming that whatever I say right now is all that I know. Okay? But what if you build a relationship, you get that trust, you get that little playful back and forth, and, you support that person's channel, and you support each other's channels and videos and stuff like that. Isn't that parang yumaman ka? Imbes na labas-pasok ka lang, labas-pasok. And until now, you still have no job. You know what I mean?
Sabi ko nga, um, opportunity, hindi yan parang accident na bigla na lang nangyayari. If it's, if it's right for you, then it's for you. If it's not, then make your own. Use what you learn. Make your own. Kung walang pumapasok na opportunity sa'yo, then make that opportunity happen. There's a lot of ways. You know a lot of things na. You learned a lot na rin.
You want to transition to something. Well, at least you know it's something. If you said, I want to transition to someone, I'd be like, you're in the wrong live. But yeah, I mean, now that you know that you want to transition into something, like what does that something look like? If I was to ask you, because everyone
Yeah.
wants to transition to something. Even me, I
Yeah.
want to transition to something.
You
So
have
I
to
have
have
a
a vision.
vision. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is your
Sabay pa,
vision of that something?
sabay pa tayo dun sa vision kasi kailangan mo yun eh.
Oh, correct.
Kasi not every time you you just wander around and ano bang magandang future ganyan. You have to create your own vision.
Kahit sabihin
Kasi
mo,
when
that's something I imagine is, I want to be a director of operations. I want to be a OM like Coach P. At least it's something. You have a vision, right?
Mhm. And the next thing you need to do is find the path towards that vision. Find a way na makarating ka doon and then learn that hindi ko sabing tricks pero um, learn the trade. Yun na lang siguro yung magandang term. Kasi if you have a vision, you know kung ano yung magiging plan mo towards that vision. You have to have a goal. Ayun. Goals and objectives. So, kung ang vision mo is you wanted to transition over to freelancing, and then you wanted to be a VA, so yun yung nag-envision mo yung sarili mo as a VA. Now, ano yung magiging plan mo towards that? Sa self-learning ka, mag-set ka ng objective, like in 1 week, kailangan marunong na ako ng, let's say, marunong na ako ng graphic design. Kailangan pag-aralan ko to in a week. In a week's time, marunong na ako nito. And then the following week, it's gonna be a different objective. Kailangan may apply ko naman yung natutunan ko from graphic design. Kailangan i-apply ko siya within the week. Practicing ko to. And then the following week, it's gonna be a different objective. And then at the end of every objective, dapat meron kang goal. So, yun, something realistic, pero dapat, yun, siniset mo yung path papunta dun sa goal mo by having both an objective and a goal. Para tayong mga para tayong mga nanay dito. Mga nanay dito na ano na naninermo ng mga bata. I don't know.
Which
Yung
is
isang
strange
kami galit
kasi
na.
hindi ko sinesermonan yung anak ko. Siya nga naninermon sa akin, bakala mo. Yeah. Because my daughter is a D. She's a D. But
Ay,
she's a disciplined D. So,
going back to
hindi,
that,
hindi mo akalain na D yung anak ko. Right? You think that she's like happy-go-lucky, na ganito, ganito. Hindi siya, you have no indication. And then out of the blue, she tells me,
mm
she sets my expectations. She's like, I want to go to med school and don't expect me to have kids until I'm 37. Magsalita ng ganyan yung anak mo, di ba? And she means it, right?
Mm-mm.
And I'm like, that's how I know that she's a D. Pero, like, if you meet her, you'll be like, oh, she's a nice person, and ganto, ganto, ganto. Like, medyo malambot yung outer niya. Feeling mo lang. Parang may sariling mundo, and yes, she's a nice person, na ganto, ganto. And then she's suddenly gonna say, no, I'm going to med school because I want to travel and I want to blah, blah, blah. And don't bug me again if you see that I'm doing something. Ganon. Oo. Diba? It's so strange.
Nabalikan nga natin yung yung topic tungkol dyan kanina. While I'm
Sige.
on break, actually, na discuss tayo, na we're talking about that stuff. I'm actually doing Myers-Briggs.
Oh, you did? You tried it?
I did. Yeah.
And?
My result is...
What's that?
Saan ba yun? Okay pala yung email ko.
Huwag mo kunin.
Your test result shows that you are an advocate, INFJT.
INFJ?
Dash T.
Okay. So may wing na. Okay.
Mm-mm. So I'm more of a diplomat.
Yeah. Yeah, that just kind of confirms my suspicions earlier of, because I'm an INTJ. So, and strange as it sounds, I also look at the birthday, though it's not as important, because like the zodiac sign is a form of profiling as well, right? Like it's super general, but I do look at the birthday, because especially when it's somebody who's going to be joining my team and they're going to be joining in a particular role. So for example, yung VA manager namin, like si Lori, she's our second VA manager. Our first one was Aquarius. And Aquarius, they're strange, right? May mga toyo sila. So, although first VA manager, very experienced and very charismatic and knows how to handle people and all that stuff, right? But then when it came to the nitty gritty, I'm advocate as well. INFJ.
Oh, pareho kami ni Eda. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm an INTJ. Okay. So yun your first VA manager, and where she fell apart was when I told her, so we need to fully automate the processes from application up until onboarding. Like that needs to be fully automated. And she was spending like 3 hours. Kung halimbawa, kasi so manual lahat. And then if I'm going to do interviews, like what she does is she copy pastes, like mga resume links, so Google Drive into Google Sheets and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, freaking 3 hours. And I understand that, it helps me to prepare para ma-click ko yung resume link na ganto and the disk link and all that stuff. But honestly, if that's fully automated, like you will save that 3 hours, right? That's where she fell apart. When I told her that you need to write up all your processes and then we're going to fully automate them. Dun siya medyo,
Resistant.
she really resisted. She felt like, if they know all my processes, mawawala na akong trabaho. That's not the point, okay? The point is to save you time, because you actually should be checking in with the VAs. Like, you need more time for that. Diba? Yung mga ganon. So, yung adaptation was like a huge problem. That's why, and medyo malambot siya when she came to coaching the VAs sometimes. So when we were looking, nag-resign din siya. And when we're looking for the next one, I looked at her birthday. So, she has, in terms of experience, like 5 years experience in HR, graphic designer pa, so swak na swak, diba? And then she's excellent at the software, the automation software. So like surface level, everything is a match. But, like it's the 80% of the iceberg that you need strength. And I'm not going to see that until months from today, right?
Mm-mm.
So I looked at her birthday and she's a Scorpio. And I was like, that's all we need. Tapos nga, kasi yung mga Scorpio, tigasin sila eh. They're a fixed sign. 'Di ba? So, and on top of that, they're very secretive. So, the excellent thing about our VA manager right now is she does all her work, everything's automated, so she clocks in, clocks out like 8 hours. Minsan natatapos agad yung trabaho niya, so parang tambay for 4 hours kasi nga fully automated na. And then she has time to look at what other people are doing. And then she'll report it back to me. She'll be like, "Did you know may secret group sa Slack si ganto ganto ganyan ganyan?
Mm-mm.
Did you know na ganto ganto ganyan ganyan? Did you know na?" And I'll be like, "Okay, I'll investigate it." So parang nagkaroon kami ng sarili naming FBI. Parang ganon, because that's like the that was that's a value add, right? And that is just who she is. That's who she naturally is. But like my instinct when she applied, because meron atang tatlo applicants, and I looked at her birthday and I was like, oh, she's the Scorpio. I was like, she's the one. Diba?
What's your take on Virgo?
I'm a Virgo. I'm a Virgo sun, Libra moon.
Yeah, same here.
That's not hard to see.
Yeah, Virgo then.
It kind of depends, because Virgo men are different from Virgo women. Like
Mm-mm.
very different. Like night and day different. Right? The thing that I like about the Virgo men is they're very composed. Okay. Hindi
Oh,
sila
that's not me.
yung, that's not you. Like at least in front of people, you can appear very composed. It's not like Aries, they'll just go into a room and be like, so who was late for that? And why are you guys parang ganon, diba? Kalat.
Yeah.
Outward yung energy. That's what I like about the Virgo men. Like, it's not like you don't see everything that's on the surface right away. Diba?
Yeah.
So that's what I like about them. And of course, what we have in common is, the details and your Leo and a dragon. Yeah. I like Leos. I do. There's just so many variety of Leos. Diba? There's just such a wide variety. Ruth, LBO1.
Leos are born leaders, right?
Yeah, they can be. What I don't like about Leos is pag naging mayabang.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have a tendency for that, right? Because they're very theatrical. They like kind of being the center of attention, mga ganon. Yeah, that's the thing about Leos. But what I like about Leos is, first of all, they're very honest, and then masaya sila kasama. Nahahanginan ang utak. Basta hindi pumipito pag dumaan sa utak.
Do you actually look at that as a factor
No,
when hiring someone?
no. Like, it could be an extra thing when, like, everything is, yun tulad dun sa VA manager namin. So, like, everything is perfect, okay? Everything is, like, there. But when I'm trying to get, like, the bigger picture of who you are, I might look at it. And I'll also look at feedback from, I might talk to other people like, what's your feedback on, maganda naman yung feedback sa kanya. Kasi, like, A sophisticated Scorpio, they know how to get along with people. They know how to get people on their side. Magaling sila. Okay? I just would never be in a relationship with a Scorpio. Active yung dalawang client. Okay. I like your post.
What time did we start the live?
12:30. Tagal ng live. Grabe. Sipain na tayo dito ng TikTok eh. You're eating all the bandwidth. Get out! Uy, Eda Joyce ah. Don't be a stranger, girl. Yung isa pa that you should try is the Enneagram.
Enneagram, ay familiar ako pa.
Yung Truity profile.
Enneagram.
Enneagram.
Yeah, this one I haven't tried. Alam mo
Try it.
yun, psychology major din ako pero
Oh, you are?
Ang-
Cool.
oo. Ang tamad ko sa ganito.
Because I'm not. So, but it's very interesting to me. And I mean, the heart of it for me is getting to the truth. Okay? And if you're a person who's afraid of the truth, it's not going to be interesting to you. And for me, human behavior is very interesting.
Oh,
Very,
yeah.
very, very interesting.
You know what, at a certain point, I had fascinations with serial killers. It's not that I'm a fan, but I kind of curious anong tumatakbo sa utak nila. That's where my curiosity actually lies. Oh, what's going on in your head? Paano mo nagawa yung ganito, ganyan. So, I had this kind of fascination with it. And medyo loko-loko din ako nung medyo kabataan ko, and I had a lot of personal issues. And then I
Oh.
thought, what if I take psychology as a course? Would it actually, you're not alone with that, coach. Will I actually able to understand myself or at least cure my own craziness? Parang ganun. And then I went on taking psychology. And then I ended up I ended up crazier than ever. It didn't help me.
You know what they say? They say people who can admit they're crazy are not really crazy. Yung mga talagang baliw is people who claim that they have no problems.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that was my goal before. Kaya yun ang tinake ko. Pero I wasn't able to use it, at least in a proper professional manner. Hindi ko siya nagamit. Nagagamit ko siya minsan pag nasa labas, judging people. Judging people. Joke lang yun.
Yan, si Mermaid Virgo. Alam na alam, Virgo.
Mermaid Virgo.
Have you watched some of the mermaid videos on TikTok?
I haven't. Which one?
You should. Like, some are freaking scary. Like, there's this guy, and I learned about him from my daughter. So there's this guy, and he works sa dagat. So he works on some fishing vessel or something. And then, nagti-TikTok siya. So, and actually some of his videos were taken down, right? I don't know how he does it, because obviously he's on a boat. Okay, that was gabi.
Mm-mm.
And when he switches the phone to him, it's just him. There's no camera crew. There's nothing, right? Tapos, may pinaparinig siya, parang may kumakanta. Alam mo yung ganun, sa dagat. Like, out in the freaking open sea. In the middle of the night, on this boat that you're working on. There's like strange lights under the, there's like strange stuff happening underwater, mga ganon. And then some of his videos got taken down, actually.
Oo.
And like parang, it's so weird. Like, you really need to, like, I know there's a lot of like fake videos sa mga mermaids, mga ganun, but the others, you really have to look at it and be like, it looks so fucking real, right?
I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, you should
Hindi ko,
check it
hindi,
out.
hindi siya dumadaan sa ano ko, sa FYP ko. Dumadaan sa FYP ko yung mga ano, FYP ko yung mga nananakot, mga ghost things, ganyan.
Ah, okay.
Paranormal, mga ganon. Tapos, the crazy part is, they do come in on your FYP when it's in the freaking middle of the night.
The algo's so aggressive, diba?
Yes.
It's reading you like a book. Diba?
And they know perfectly well na as much as I don't want to believe those stuff, pero I get really affected pag nakakita ko ng ganun.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's like I don't believe it. You know, may mga instances kasi na talagang made up lang yung video. Hindi siya talagang totoo.
Oh, you're taking
Um,
the Enneagram? Let us know what you get. I'm a number 8. I'm an 8. Interesting yan. The reason why profiling is such a big thing in your interview, ang problema is yung mga nagpapa-interview, pag ni-request sa kanila, sige gawin mo yung test na to, gagawin nila. Okay? The reason why clients, VA agencies and stuff like that, they make you take like a personality test or a work style test or, you know, anything that is like a profiling test is they believe there are certain jobs na mas bagay sa ibang personality. Like for example sa sales, okay? Like for example, yung original ko na disc, like high C, I'm not supposed to be good at sales. Okay, hindi yung pang sales. Yung mga pang sales, yung mga high I, yung mga D, yung mga mix ng DI, yan, or DC, yan yung mga magagaling sa sales because the clients believe that. And it is true to some extent. Like, for example, if, lalo na yung mga creative na VAs or mga technical na VAs, subukan mo, maglagay ka ng WordPress developer sa sales. Tignan mo kung ano mangyayari. Right? They will quit by the next day. You cannot make them do calls. So, it's kind of useless. Like, kasi yung ibang client, they're like, oh, if I hire a WordPress developer and make them do calls, meron na akong 2-in-1. Diba? It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. So, if you know your personality type, alam mo what you're capable of. Kung babagay sa yung ganyang job. Diba? If you, for example, yung mga QA sa BPO, ang kailangan ng QA is high C. Dapat details-oriented sila. Okay? Because it's such a fucking boring job. You're just staring at your screen all day, listening to calls, and grading people. There's not much socialization. Eh yung mga tipong D, I, tsaka S, kailangan niya ng socialization. They, like, socializing with other people is really important. But for a C, not so important. So that is a job that they will excel at because they like to work on their own. They're quite individual. They'll do a job well with minimal supervision. So if you know your personality type, dapat aware ka rin sa ganun. Then maybe, let's say you applied for a sales role, but you know that you're an SC. Alam mo naman na hindi ka babagay doon. So, unless talagang matagal na yung experience mo sa sales, talagang pinilit mo yung sarili mo na may 5 years experience ka sa sales and you have a sales record. 'Di ba? If you know your personality type, that's gonna prevent you from applying for the wrong jobs, like wrong for your personality. Hindi ka yung papasok na parang bulag ka lang, na parang, ay, please give me a job. Like, what you want to prevent is nagmamakaawa ka. Like, that is so irritating. No one is gonna give you a job dahil nagmamakaawa ka. Okay? Like, the client probably won't give you a job because they made you take a personality test. They saw that hindi ka fit dun sa trabaho. So you need to be aware of your own personality profile so that you're applying for the right jobs. Because if you're applying for the right jobs, you will be involved in things that will make you happy. Kung masaya ka nga na nasa phone ka, dumadal-dal-dal ka kung kani-kanino, 'di ba? So bagay ka sa sales. Magtatagal ka sa sales. Kasi doon ka masaya. And syempre, malaki ang pera sa sales. So, malaki rin kinikita mo. Tapos parang hindi siya trabaho kasi ang hilig mo dumaldal. See? Pero kung halimbawa, high C, details-oriented, medyo anti-social tendencies.
Okay, ganun ba yun?
Yeah, yung mga C, you make them do jobs that require being details-oriented. They're not the life of the party. Okay? Hindi mo sila papahost ng General Assembly. Like if you make them host it, they'll host it. It'll just be a boring assembly. You want somebody who's gonna bring it to life, like put in a D or put in an I, 'di ba? Para kuwela, ganyan. Because they're a natural showman. Natawa ko, ma'am. Parang ganun ako, mahilig tumaldal. Kaya ata napunta ako sa sales. Yeah, bagay sa'yo, girl. Tapos maganda ka pa. 'Di ba? So you got that, factor. That's one thing I learned to be really good at. Nung napunta ako sa Blue Chip sa American Express. Kasi sa phone ka lang 'di ba? And I know that my voice, I sound cute on the phone. Because I have a nice sounding voice. So, syempre, gagatasin ko yun. Like, I'm gonna use the hell out of that asset. 'Di ba? So, nung nasa Blue Chip, and ang ganda ng training nila for upsell. So, if you listen to yung call ko when I was still an appointment setter, like, oh, really? Wow, what about a man cave? What about something for you? What about something for the wife? Mga ganyan. Talagang nadadaan ko sila sa ganun. Right? So, if you have an asset, like, use the hell out of it. If you're cute, you sound cute, right? Like, use it. If you're not so cute, then, I don't know, there's plastic
Still
surgery.
use it.
There's
Still use
plastic
it.
surgery.
And to be able to do that, you have to really, really know yourself.
Yeah, you have to have
Yeah.
a lot of confidence in yourself to be that kind of. Depende talaga. Like, bakit mo pipilitin yung sarili mo into something that you don't like? Tawang-tawa ako, grabe. Bakit naman? Okay. Wala namang kulangot, di ba? Ano yan, Nunal? It's permanent. Looks like kulangot, but it's permanent. You use it or you lose it. That's what's gonna happen.
Di ba nga, nabanggit ko kanina, if you can find the opportunity, create one. And how you can do that, use your strength. Use what you
Yeah.
can, do what you can do. Use whatever you have.
You master your environment. You take
Yeah.
a good look at your environment and you think, anong kulang dito? Okay, once you determine that, anong kulang dito? What do I have that pwede kong i-exploit dito sa sitwasyon na to? 'Di ba? Because once you master your environment, it's not work anymore. hindi mo na ma-feel na parang trabaho siya. It's gonna be like so supernatural. And then, you know what? And I'm not an SMM, but when I started, like, when I was on TikTok, and it was really hard, like the first week, trying to find out what should I post about, and my posts really sucked, and lahat mahaba, mga ganon. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. But yung after ng first month, like the first week of the second month, it was like once I signed up for Canva and I used the content planner on Canva, it was like all the ideas for content. It was like, oh, I should do this. I should open yung door ng ref. Alam mo yung mga ganon. Dapat yung phone ko nasa loob ng ref. So when I opened the door to the ref, ano yung ganon? Like all these ideas, and it just felt like, it just didn't feel like work anymore. It was like, oh, this is what I do. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Or this is what I want to do. Yung parang ganon. It's not gonna feel like work anymore. Yes, agree. Determine your skill sets, then doon ka na mag-focus eventually. Para na lang hobby mo yung, exactly. Master your environment. You are the master. You are the ultimate money-making machine. Sabi yan ni Jason ko, na business coach, that you should follow. You treat yourself like you are the ultimate money-making machine, because you are. You are the ultimate money-making machine. It's not your laptop, it's not your phone, it's not anything else. It's not your girlfriend na sexy. Okay, it's you. You're the ultimate money-making machine.
You can actually find that similar quote on one of my videos. Nagtitimpla akong kape. It's on my mug. Nakasulat siya sa mug ko.
We back. Patayaw mo to. Ano bang hobbies mo, Christine? Because I just see you all the time working on your videos. Like, what do you do outside of work? Wholesome, ah. Hindi tayo X-rated. Wholesome lang.
Kick out tayo.
Pag nag-ano tayo, live by subscription. Doon na lang. Doon na i-share yung OF link mo, joke. Si ano na lang, si Coach P. Uy, baka akala mo million yung kinikita ng iba doon. Did you realize that? I saw this interview by this girl. She had a OF, and of course, like, she's sexy and beautiful and stuff. Like, she was reporting that in like 5 months, million na yung kinita niya sa OF. Are you kidding me? Like, are you serious?
Feeling ko hindi tayo, lalo na kung hindi ako qualified sa gano'n.
I'm not interested to be on that.
Even if I'm interested, no, hindi pwede. Feeling ko malulugi lang sila sa akin.
Ba't naman?
Oh, may mental issues yan.
May mental issue ako eh. Lahat naman tayo.
Actually,
you're not alone. Ano? Anong actually?
Actually, ako din. May mental issues.
Ano bang mental issue mo?
Hindi, ano yung sa akin lang naman kasi yung kabaliwan na minsan bigla ka na lang malungkot, di mo alam kung bakit. No matter how you try to think of a reason, talagang hindi mo ma-realize kung ano talaga yun.
So you
At
get
those are
depressed,
normal.
parang ganon.
I can't say depressed kasi I'm familiar with yung symptoms ng depression, pero I can say it's depressed. Talagang ano lang, minsan hindi mo, you down na down ka, but not totally to the point na depressed ka. And you really don't know why, what's causing it, or what's the reason behind it. That happens to me sometimes. But for some reason,
Okay.
siguro, hindi na siya ganun ngayon, pero mas nag-trigger yon nung height ng pandemic. Yun talagang, hindi na talaga ako nakakalabas.
It's a 1. So you're an Enneagram 1. Okay.
Diagnosed si Christine, clinically depression and anxiety recently.
I feel like when I was in high school, I think I was around 16 years old, I went through clinical depression, like severe. And why do I say that it's severe? Kasi I didn't speak for months. Like even in class, kahit tinatawag ako ng teacher, hindi ako nagsasalita. And then there were days that I would, alam mo yung, di ba may footpath sa school? Di ba, ano yun, konkreto? Like I would lie on the footpath. In my school uniform, I would be lying on the footpath. And the reason why I did that, it just felt in my head like nothing is real. Is this a dream or is this real? Like nothing felt real. So I just felt like I went through like a really super depressed period when I was like between 16 and 17. And I can't explain it. Like I couldn't explain it. And syempre, yung magulang ko, they're like, hindi ko naman talaga pinapansin ng magulang. Like, my parents, the way that they they're baby boomers. So they're like, you come home, you eat, you do your chores, and then that's it. Like you go to school, that's it. So they didn't really notice. They actually never really noticed. So, and then one day, I just snapped out of it. Parang ganon. It's weird. Ganon sa akin is in, kaya ako natuto na sa Canva kasi nung super down yung Canva, naging positive ako. At least, di ba, productive friend. O, at least Canva, hindi, cannabis. Di ba? Ayan. So, Enneagram 1, si Ma'am Glory Awiwa. So, Enneagram 1 is the idealist. Okay. So, it's like a Libra, right? So, they believe a lot in equality. It's like, oh, everyone should be equal and, everyone deserves the same opportunities, equal opportunity, blah, blah, blah. So, parang idealist. So, like, everything in your head, it's like, the world would be better if it was like this. Parang ganon. Yeah. It's a bit like a Libra. Okay. And the thing that you fear, yung fear ng type 1 is a basic fear of being incorrect or out of control. So you don't want to be perceived as somebody na parang may pagka-perfectionist, which is an issue. Okay? Because nothing is perfect, but you don't want to be seen as incorrect, and you don't want to be seen as somebody na who loses control. Okay? And that can be difficult too, because what if parang may times na parang talagang galit na galit ka, right? And it's healthy to release that and tell the person kung kanino ka galit. Alam mo, kaya tayo nag-aaway kasi ganito, ganyan, ganyan. If you don't want to be out of control, you don't want to be seen as out of control, you could like suppress those feelings. So, and that's not healthy. So in every personality type, there's no one personality type that's better than the other. There's always the profile, and then it's up to you to kind of interpret and identify. If you identify with it, you identify the strengths and you identify the weaknesses. The strengths you exploit. The weaknesses you make, like, you work on them to make them stronger, to make them not weaknesses. Does that make sense? Yung maganda kasi sa Enneagram 1, halimbawa, na like, if they buy into your ideology, like, ano kayo, parang meeting of the minds, yeah, I believe in that, I believe in what you're fighting for, blah, 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 blah. Ano sila, they can become very passionate about a cause that they believe in, right? So, piliin mo lang yung cause that you're gonna be passionate about. Yung, there are good causes, there are bad causes, so, huwag kang mag-identify sa mga, komunista, mga ganyan, mga MTA, diba? I don't know, maybe you are, I'm not judging you, but, diba, parang, it's better to be passionate about causes that help the greater good. If you believe in fairness, then maybe find causes that benefit more the greater good rather than just like a small organization or just a small group of people. Let's say if you can be passionate about their cause, why can't you be passionate about a cause that will help more people, like a community, as opposed to like a small group, if that makes sense. So yun yung parang strength and weakness at the same time. I'm not okay, good. Mamaya nagsisympathize ko sa kanila, and like, and I can tell you my address. Ayan. So Enneagram 1. Kompleto ka naman dito. There's strengths for the Enneagram. Then there's weaknesses for the that's exactly weaknesses. Tendency to be perfectionist, difficulty accepting hard realities, being highly critical of themselves and others. Okay, you realize that when you criticize others, you are criticizing yourself, basically. Pag may nakita ka na parang, halimbawa si Christine, nagpapablond yung buhok na hindi naman bagay sa akin, Pinoy tayo, blah, 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 blah. Like, ang dami mong sinabi kasi may nakita ka na, and you judge that person. Like, you're basically judging yourself. You're looking at yourself and you're thinking, I'm not good enough. So, for me, it's like, and I understand that, like, when you're working, it's like, oh, I have to meet these deadlines, I have to do this, I have to do that. You realize when you do that, you can go overboard and abuse yourself, and you don't even realize it. Okay, it's for you, it's like, I'm working for my family, I have to be a workhorse, I have to make the money and stuff like that. But you can still do that, you can still work really hard, but be kind to yourself. Okay, like, even just remembering, like, to do your moisturizer and moisturize your face and stuff like that, that's being kind to yourself. Yung umiinom ka na maraming tubig, that's already being kind to yourself. Getting enough sleep, that's being kind to yourself. Ay talaga, ganun pala yun. Nakatake na niyang personality test. Personality. Doon ka sa crystalnose.com. Libre ata doon. Yeah, I do po. I tend to let myself go. Like, just even the little things, take care of that. When you remember to do it, just do it. If you need to take a bath, don't think, oh, I'm going to work another hour, then I take a bath. Just take a bath. Like, be kind to yourself first. If you're kind to yourself, you'll be kind to others. Yeah, so we told you about profiling. We've discussed the disc, the Enneagram. What's the other one? The zodiac sign. May pinapatake yung client namin, pinapatake niya is the Colby. Okay? The Colby kind of measures more your natural. Kasi yung disc will give you two types of personality tests. One is your natural and one is your monitored. Okay? What does that mean? Meron tayong natural na personality na tayo lang. Pag kasama mo yung family mo, pamilya mo, that's who you are. That's your natural self. Okay? Now, if you're at work, tapos may mga bisita si boss. This is my secretary, Christine. She is very capable. She has excellent communication skills. She makes sure that everything that I need is done on time. Nag-iiba yung personality mo kapag monitored ka. Kapag kino-QA ka. Yan. Yung iba, yung pagbabago ng personality pag monitored sila, pangit. Pero karamihan, especially sa mga Pinoy, they become more, parang mas nagiging maingat. So, halimbawa, yung C mo is a 75 in your natural. If you're monitored, your C becomes like a 85. Parang ganun. So, lalo kang nag-iingat. Parang ganun. So, your disc changes when you're being monitored, when you're being QA'd from your natural. So, you should be aware of that. Yung Colby, I think, measures basically the natural. Tapos may isa pang test yung market force. I haven't taken that in a long time, but what it measures is your work style, like how you like to work. So, iba-iba rin yung mga mga tests. So, it really depends what they make you take. Yung mga VA agencies, mahilig. So, for example, us, we have people take the disc. May ibang VA agency that have you take their market force. Yung iba-ibang ginagamit. So, some of them might use the Enneagram. So, iba-iba. Pag gumamit sila ng Myers-Briggs, mayaman yung kumpanya. You wanna be hired by that company. Okay. Kasi mahal ang Myers-Briggs. Isa na pinakamahal yan. So, if they're making you take the Myers-Briggs and it's a free test, you're like, shit, laki ng budget ng client na to. Diba? Kunin mo, Christine. Sa Crystal, crystalknows.com. Try it. Try it.
I'll take that Enneagram test one time, so one of these days. But I had a great insight when I took the Myers-Briggs actually. Kanina. Some of the analysis actually surprised me because hindi ko nakikita yung sarili ko as that person. Pero some elements of this result, kasi meron iniman sa akin yung result.
Working on it now. Na-excite naman ako dito. Ano naman, exciting talaga yan. And like, yung mga marunong mag-interpret talaga niyan, yung mga like psychologists, they're like that usually have big followings on social media. So, yung my Myers-Briggs is the one that I disagreed with the most. As much as I don't want to admit it, it's like when I read it, I was like, that's not really me.
Oo,
I don't really do that. Diba?
Lalo na sa personal. Medyo, tama ba yun? Parang hindi.
Kasi very detailed yung Myers-Briggs. It measures a lot, right? And there's like 16 personality types, I think. Tapos doon pa sa INTJ, I think there's like, yung parang there's a disciplined INTJ and then there's like an undisciplined INTJ.
Mm.
So I was like, yeah, I don't want to know which one I am. I don't want to know that. Basta alam ko INTJ ako, that's it.
Oh,
Si,
when you
si Mr.
ask
D.
someone,
Guzman.
when you ask someone about taking the test or knowing the result of their test, does that actually changes your perspective about the applicant? If
It
they if
could.
they do not if they do not check all the boxes doon sa mga requirement mo on the technical side.
It's quite rare for me, but it could. It could. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
and it has happened. But usually when I interview somebody and I'm profiling them in my head and I don't know their uy, 8 ka rin? Uy, parehas tayo. We're the best 8. So usually when I'm interviewing somebody and I already have like a profile in my head, um, it's usually correct. Okay, for me generally. Now, if I'm incorrect and then I see the disc, I'm like, so there now he's not telling me the truth, right? So
Mm-hmm.
now we have an issue because now it doesn't all connect. Okay, so and in some and I don't have the time, like you said, para i-dig in yung mga ganon na parang, how come this doesn't, how come, those, and for those who have no disc, like we have them take it during training, if they're approved for training. Now, if I look at it and I see that it's kind of not a match, then there's an issue. Like for me, it's just easier to say no, like no right
Mm-hmm.
now, like it's obvious that you lied, so and it's going to be a problem later on, and we actually did have a problem, like a big problem, when that happened, where she was perfect, she had all the requirements, she had the experience, she communicated really well, then we had her take the disc and it's like the wrong disc for her job. Alam mo yung ganon, parang how do
Mm-hmm.
you do this job for so long and then yung natural mo na disc tells me that you're not gonna be good at this job. Tapos tama yung nangyari. Like, but it took like about a year. Yung problema kasi is na-interview na ng boss ko. So he was the one who hired the VA. He was like, he really liked her first off. Okay, first of all, because they're both water signs. So, they all kind of sloshed together or something. So, he hired her, but then later on, like, malaki yung cost sa company. So I kind of learned from that. I'm like, if you have the wrong personality and you have this much experience, like, what does that say, excuse me, about the quality of your work with these clients? Now I have to do a background check
Mm-hmm.
and 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 figure out from the client, like, so you worked with this person, what was it like, um like, is she really details oriented? Because details orientation has a lot to do with this role, and was she as details oriented as you wanted her to be, and blah blah blah. So now I have to do a background check. Hindi ako automatic nagba-background check. 8 ang lumabas sa akin. Okay, may explain naman, pero wanna know your thoughts pa din. Mas may tiwala ako sa explanation mo kaysa kaloka ka. So an Enneagram 8 is, as far as I know, like one of the rarest for Enneagram. Okay. So it comes under a 9. 9 is the fun loving. Okay. Am I right? Tama ba? Yeah. Yung Enneagram 9 is like the fun loving Like, but they get shit done, right? Yung 8 is they get shit done, but they can be intimidating. Okay, you get misinterpreted for yung parang si Kochi, parang he's a passionate individual that can get misinterpreted. The eights, because they're so take charge, but they're missing the fun element. They're not the life of the party. They can come across as very intimidating. Diba sabi ko sa kanya, I was like, Christine, what do you do for fun? Like all I see you do is working on your videos. Like you just have your laptop all the time. See? It's like yun yung perception sa'yo is you can be intimidating. But you're actually not. Yung perception mo sarili mo is, I'm hardworking. Pero yung perception ng iba is like, ay, medyo intimidating. Parang ganon. Lalo na yung niche mo ngayon, yung dalawang niche mo ngayon is mabibigat. It's real estate and credit repair. Like, are you kidding me? Like, are you really happy in that? Diba, parang yun yung tanong, are you really happy with this? Diba? So, but the thing about the Enneagram 8 is if they say they're going to do something, they're going to do it. Hala, totoo talaga yung sinasabi mo. Yeah. That's you and me, right? Because and I get that all the time. They're like, kasi and I'm intimidating and I know that I appear intimidating to people until they actually get to know me. Okay? So when you actually get to know me, you're like, oh, okay ka rin pala. Yeah. Cowboy ka rin pala, blah, 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 and all this kind of, kala ko kasi nag-i-English yan. Right? Mga ganyan. So I know how I appear intimidating to people, but there's not much I can do about that. Okay? Lagi akong napag-iisipan na mataray. Di ako, yeah, mukha kang mataray. Maganda na mataray. Like, but the good thing about it is like, you look like a girl boss. Okay? You always look like you're going somewhere. Okay? You look like you're headed somewhere. You're on the way up. Okay? You're approachable. Ganun lagi, even client minsan nagugulat sila. Yeah. And that is a strength, right? Na nagugulat sila, gulatin mo sila. Like, you come across as really approachable and a little bit like an ice queen, and then you break it down, girl. You're like, you're so approachable, you're so welcoming, you're so warm. And they'll be like, I like that. I like that in her. I'm gonna hire her as my operations manager. Diba? So, yung may gulat factor for me is always a plus, is always a strength. Because when you put all your cards on the table and you're super transparent, people, they take advantage of that. There's a tendency na madaldal pala ako. Yeah. So, you have a lot of strengths. Tapos 8 ka pa. So, it means that if you set your mind to something, you're actually going to do it. You're going to end up doing it. Yun lang, minsan, feeling ng iba, parang bulldozer ka. But that's not your perception. Kailangan pa ba ito? Hey, is that Clea or Clea? Ganda rin yung mga videos. What's up? Is your shift over? Twitter. Who's on Twitter? Is anyone on Twitter? Thank you, now I know, but ganun lagi impression sa akin. That makes sense, yeah. It's other people's perception. That's something you cannot control. What you can control is their perception once they get to know you. Alright. Mhm.
I'm actually trying to. I get so curious about the Enneagram. I'm trying to do it now.
Oh, okay. Parang kulang yung letters. Ay, nako, mauna na ako. Kanina pa ako nakapag-out. Nandun lang talaga. Oh, thank you. Uy, yung ano, link mo i-repost ko yan. Very helpful yan. Very useful for the newbies. Ayan, si ano, Mr. D. Guzman. Ano ba ng image? Tapang ano naman. Good night.
Good night. Thanks for for staying.
Baka mag-attend ako ng ano mo. Dan na maglaba at magsampay. Thank you sa mga insights nyo. I will use this as weapon. DM ka sa akin mamaya. Mga pictures dito. I'm JPO. Still in there. Good night. Shelly, si
Hi, good
Eda
night.
Joyce. Uy, Mikhail. Kailan ka mag-video? Mikhail. Pasok naman ang morning shift.
I'm a 7 daw.
Oh, you're a 7? Oh.
Interestingly, that's my favorite number.
Really? What is it? Your favorite number?
I'm not sure. Maybe I'm a fan of James Bond, so 7.
007?
Yeah.
I'm still at. Okay. That's right. Work it, girl. Work, work, work. So, yun, mag-attend ako ng Asana. Divyanshu. Select the most suitable time from my calendar. Okay. The enthusiast. Wow.
Yeah.
While avoiding pain and boredom. So, drug addict. Ganun. Joke.
Oo. Kinda.
Sevens are often very busy, who bounce from one activity to another. I can see that about you, right?
Mm.
So, what are the things that you like to do for fun that you would consider like outside of the norm for other people?
Um, Outside of the norm,
Like, do you bungee jump? Do you like, things like that?
hindi naman. I still do things that are considered normal. Like, ako, siguro, I like eating out kasi. I don't go lang doon sa mga places na yung mga overhyped. I tend to look for hidden places na hindi usually pinupuntahan ng mga tao.
Okay. So, parang discovery, like you discover
Mm,
on your own?
yes. Like to discover like pag may lakad ganun and then the friends would say they would ask me, "Oh, saan tayo pupunta?" Ganito, ganyan. "Eh, masarap daw sa ganito, maganda raw sa ganyan." "No, I found something
Mm.
more interesting." Parang ganun. So, not many
Mm.
people that I know would actually prefer a less popular place over a very high place. Kasi sa tingin ko that's very normal. I don't like to choose, you know, something very ordinary.
Okay.
So yun, that's one. And then also, um, ano ba ginagawa? Hindi kasi ako mahabi masyado. Pero siguro gusto kong maghalaman pero ayaw sa akin ng halaman. Alam mo yun?
Oh my God, I can identify. Yeah.
Gusto kong maghalaman pero yung halaman ayaw sa akin.
I
Yung
can't
parang
even take care of a cactus.
actually, namamatayan pa ako ng cactus.
Me too. Me too. Nabulok yung cactus sa akin.
Alam mo yun, yung halaman na napakataas ng survivability, tapos
Nabulok
namatay pa
sa'yo.
sa kamay mo. Ang weird. But nakakailang halaman na akong ganon. Kasi ba't kayo namamatay? You're not supposed to die, di ba?
Yeah.
Siguro other
Mahilig ka
weird.
mahilig ka magpa-massage, facial, and stuff like that?
Not very much. Nung bata pa ako, naiisip ko siya, gusto ko siyang i-try, ganon. But, medyo cautious din ako kadalasan kasi before I take any action, I always check kung ano ba yung consequences nito. Tapos may mga um, unfortunate experiences by mga tao tungkol dyan. If I see more of the negative side of that activity, hindi ko na siya tutuloy.
Okay.
And then siguro yung mga unusual activities. Kasi I browse a lot dati sa internet and I go to websites that you're not supposed to go to. Yung mga ganong bagay.
Nako, websites that you're not supposed to do. Dark web ba ito? Joke.
Not necessarily dark web, pero may mga times nga na, di ba, may makita ang video, do not search for this, do not search for that. So, ako naman, sige, search natin. Yung mga ganun, naturally curious, siguro. Ganun yung kung paano ko describe yung sarili ko. I'm naturally curious.
So it's a good thing you're a Virgo, because the Enneagram, if you were like a Aries and you're a 7 on the Enneagram, you would like your path to distraction would be off the charts. You know what I mean?
Well, at one time, it's actually true. During my teenage years, kahit alam kong it's not gonna do me any good, tuloy pa din ako. Pero di naman tayo nag-addict, ha?
Oo, ganun. There are better ways to spend your time.
I don't know if it's the right time to tell this story about me, pero I had run away from home episodes before. And then,
You ran away from home, like you packed up your stuff and you left?
I didn't pack anything. I just brought couple of pambahay and then kung ano yung suot kong pang-alis. Actually, naka-uniform ako nun. College ako nun. Naka-uniform ako and then I pack one set ng pang-alis and then dalawang set ng pambahay. And I don't know where to go. I just wanted to leave the house nang hindi alam ng kahit sino. I don't have any money with me. So I went to my tito. I asked nagsinungaling pa ako noon. I'll just admit it. Nagsinungaling pa ako. May pabayaran ako sa school. Nanghiram ako ng 1,000 pesos. I live off that 1,000 pesos for the entire week. And I just, go wherever I want.
Okay. How old were you?
I was um 17.
Oh, 17. So medyo malaki ka na. Okay.
17 ako noon. So, yun, mga ganong thoughts. Some curiosities na I think gets me into trouble, like going into places where I should not be going. It got me in trouble na-hold up na ako twice.
What?
So, I'm just
On a
curious, what,
bus?
huh?
On a bus?
Uh,
Or sa transport?
it's it's more like parang bar, ganun.
Oh,
And they
okay.
were,
Were
and
you
people,
drunk? No.
I was, oo.
Oh, you were? Okay. So they took
Mm,
advantage of that. I see.
yeah. And even though they warned me na medyo delikado sa lugar na yan, ganyan. Wala akong pake, punta ako doon. Parang ganun.
So may pagka-daredevil ka pala.
Noon, nung medyo fresh pa tayo.
Because I'm not a daredevil. I'm not. It might appear to some people because I tell them, nagbaboxing ako. No, I do that because I like it. Okay, but
Mm-mm.
I don't take like risks because I'm a risk taker. I'm not that. Madam,
I would
saan
say
po
risk.
pwede skill sa
Eh?
sales as freelancer or VA? First time po, no VA experience. Sa real estate, mag-apply ka mga real estate na VA agency. Marami po.
Yeah.
Pero gagawin kang appointment setter.
Or cold callers, ganun.
Cold caller.
Sa, sa real estate.
Yun yung mga 1,000 calls a day, 800 calls a day. So if you watched my video where it was like, and it was from like 10 years ago. That was my very first client. It's one of the calls that I did. Tapos ginamit pala yun as a training tool. Yung call ko na yun for buyers. I think, I don't remember. But na-save yun kasi ginamit pang training. So those are the kinds of calls that you can make. So lahat outbound. You can be calling all types of leads. You can be calling home sellers, home buyers and home sellers who are home sellers and home buyers at the same time. You could be calling cash buyers. You could be calling foreclosures. That's a tough market because yung client mo is trying to get the property for cheap because of an unfortunate circumstance like nag-divorce yung mag-asawa, kaya naging available yung bahay, yung mga ganyan. Or namatay yung nanay, and now your client and you're trying to contact somebody in the family to ask them about yung bahay ng nanay. Like, those are like tough calls to make, right? But honestly, they're usually highly profitable for like real estate investors and people involved in that.
And they are
Mga ganong
good leads
klaseng.
kaya. They are good leads actually. Pero yun nga lang, it's up to you how you will communicate
It's
with
iffy.
the client given
Oh.
the circumstances, di ba?
Yeah, you can't just say, "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that," because they said I'm divorced. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that." Hindi ubra yung mga ganyang call center canned response. Hindi po siya ubra. You have to like, how are you gonna navigate that? It's not just a sales call,
That's
right?
actually a good topic. How do you navigate that?
Morning, coach. Panalo ka ba sa laban mo, coach? Panalo ka ata, no? Kailan babalik si Chris? Makabalik na ba? Hindi na nagchat sa akin. Yeah, so there's a tough, like, it depends. So if you're going to enter like a VA agency that specializes in real estate, you could be handling a lot of different kinds of leads. And usually binibilang din nila yung calls that you're making. So before, nung mano-mano pa, like, and this was like 10 years ago, nung mano-mano pa kami, like, minimum number of calls that you had to make in a day was at least 400
Ang
minimum.
dami nun.
Manual yun manual.
As in, nagda-dial ka talaga ng phone?
Yeah, on
And you have...
like in the CRM, in Salesforce.
Oh, I see.
Nung
So,
nagka-auto dialer, yun, talagang aabutin ka na may 800. Kasi ano na
yung
yun, tapos 3, pag call out mo.
pagkatapos mo ng isang call, biglang papasukan ka na agad.
Oo. Auto-feed ka na. Oo. Lalo na 3-line dialer. So, like maybe one is a voicemail and the other line is still ringing. So, bababa mo yung voicemail and you'll just wait to see if somebody picks up on the other line. Makarami kang calls nun.
But
Yung
it's profitable.
Yung alin?
Yung line of freelancing work. Yung cold callers. Kasi 'di ba usually sa kanila merong commission. Kasi I haven't tried that.
The difficult thing about calling home sellers is that everyone else is also trying to call home sellers.
Oh.
Because it is so profitable, right? Lalo na yung FISBOs, yung for sale by owner, yung mga homeowner, ayaw niya pabenta sa agent. Ayaw niya kumuha ng agent. Gusto niya ibenta niya yung bahay niya, sarili niya, para solo niya yung kita. So they're called FISBOs. They're the hardest, and home sellers are the hardest to get. And can you imagine, if you started calling at 9:30 a.m., you are probably the 55th caller they're going to have for the day. You're not the only one calling them. Like mga home sellers, they're used to getting like 200 calls a day. Na nililigawan sila ng mga ibang agents. You know what? If you do, we guarantee that we can sell your house. So, kailangan kabisado mo yung offer ng client mo. And a lot of the times, if irita yung home seller, they just put the phone down on you. Stop calling me! You're the 200th person who's called me today. I don't want to talk to any of you. That's what it's like. Di po tuloy laban ko nakaraan, idol. Mga January. Okay. Saan kalaban mo, idol? Sino minatch? Kumain ka lumaban na. Laki siguro yung premyo. No? May lisensya ka ba ulit? Babalik si January. Mga January pa po. Babalik si Christian. Sige. Padiyan mo sa akin, hindi na siya nagdi-dig. So ayan, like that's what you're if your strength is sales and calls, that's where they're going to put you. They're going to put you as an appointment setter, cold caller, and that will be that's what that person does. Ako, you know that si Johnny Depp, may kwento siya. Nung hindi pa siya sikat, he had a job as a telemarketer selling ball pens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, have you heard this story?
Not yet.
Okay. So, kinakwento niya, so si Johnny Depp, very introverted person, right? Naturally, he's very introverted. Pero pag umacting siya, like he takes on another personality. And that's what he did. Nung nagte-telemarketing siya, ina-enjoy niya yung work because he imagines himself as not himself. When he gets on the phone, he's like someone else. He's like a different personality. So some people cope with it that way. If you don't enjoy like making 800 calls a day and trying to talk to people, that should not. Uy, Jonel. Ginagawa mo dito. That should not be a job that you do. So if you listen to my call, yung call ko, it's one of my pinned posts. I really enjoyed being an appointment setter, and that was from 10 years ago from my first client. And what did I do? How did I enjoy that job? Kasi naturally interested ako sa mga tao, right? I like to talk to people. I like to get them to open up. So, nung kausap ko yung tao na yon, like, yung pinag-usapan namin ni Christine, parang kailangan malakas ka makaamoy ng pera. Di ba? Sa phone conversation pa lang. So when he was like, oh, no, I want to buy outright. I was like, cash? You're buying a home in cash? 7 bedrooms? Tapos, sabi pa niya, wala ka, coach. Ayan. Tapos sabi pa niya, oh, I'm waiting for, no, I'm waiting for my settlement to come through. So doon pumasok sa utak ko parang, may kinasuan si sir, nagkapera, ngayon bibili ng bahay, 7 bedrooms. Diba? Parang ganon. So, the way that I enjoy that job, like I don't like acting like Johnny Depp, but I am interested genuinely in people. I like to, it's like people are like a jigsaw puzzle. Like you put all the pieces together and it gives you a complete picture of who they are. Even the stuff that they don't tell you that's kind of under the surface. So when you told me your Enneagram is a 7, that made me see you differently from what I already know about you. Okay? So that's how I enjoy that job because yung kausap mo and then they reveal these, little details and then, you put this picture together. When you put that picture together of that person, now you can meet their need. Diba? So when he told me that, like 7 bedrooms, I was like, this person's got a huge family, right? So I was like, why so big? Like, what do you need 7 bedrooms for? Right? So yan, kwento na siya. So when you engage people in like conversation and they reveal things about themselves is when they enjoy the conversation. When they enjoy the conversation, you enjoy them. You enjoy the conversation with them. Okay? But if you're just on the phone to try to make a sale, you're not going to enjoy that job. Kung madaldal ka, yung para si Christine, feeling ko, but she can talk your head off on the phone, right? She just seems that way to me. She's just kind of a little bit out there. She's a little bit extroverted and she's confident because maganda siya, right? She's confident because she knows she has good communication skills and may willpower yung tao. So, if you're that kind of person, you're going to enjoy that job. If you're not going to enjoy that job. Ano po bang sales na ginagawa? Like, what do you sell? Who is this?
For some reason, yan yung mga ayokong line of work. Sales. I don't like convincing people kung ayaw nila. Ayaw mo, parang gano'n.
I think that's the misconception that people have about sales is you have to convince people. You don't. The best salespeople, ikaw ang hahabol sa kanila. The best salespeople, like, so when I was at the first VA agency, they hired a very famous sales trainer. His name is Joel Rico. And if you look him up on Google, how much po rate per hour pag real estate VA po? Hindi ko po alam.
That depends.
Depende po. Kailangan magtanong ka dun sa VA agency. But if I was you, the lowest I will accept is $5 an hour. Like, pag bumaba pa doon, like they're taking advantage of you. Hindi ako tatanggap ng less. Yung starting rate. Hindi ako and that's not saying much because when I started at less than $5 an hour. But that was 10 years ago. Like, it's 10 years later. So if you're around $5 an hour, plus mataas ang exchange rate ngayon, diba? It's around 57, 58. So nasa ano ka na nun? 49,000. If you're full-time. Okay. Wag ka tumanggap ng less than $5 an hour. So when I was at the first VA agency, they hired a very famous sales trainer called Joel Rico. And then when you meet him, like, first of all, when we saw him, like, virtually, he looks like Richard Gere, right? He's got that
Mm-hmm.
salt and pepper hair, and then he's wearing this, like, really crisp white shirt. Parang ang bango-bango niya tignan, even though I'm not next to him. Like, ang bango niya tignan, at sobrang bait. Like, ang bait niya. Like, one of the kindest men probably I have ever met, right? So, and you can see why he's good at sales. Like, he never had to convince anyone, like, ever. His philosophy is, if you listen to your customer, if you listen to your client and you meet their need, there's your sales call. Very simple. Okay? Like, like, after his first day, like, you're the one who's running after him, like, Joel, can you please add me on LinkedIn? Joel, what cologne do you use? Mga alam mo yung ganon.
Does
Like
appearance
that,
actually have something to do with it?
kasi if you're on phone sales, like I was on phone sales, so they don't actually see me, right? But it's kind of the same thing. You have to appear like very mabango, like very friendly, super accommodating, like all the things that he is. If you're doing face-to-face sales, like, it helps a lot. But you know, like, the appearance can attract you, but more than the appearance, once magsalita na siya and you get a sense of who he is, like, that's what you buy into. Like, people, they buy you before they will ever buy your service or your product. If you have to convince that person, you've lost the sale. Like, you're not going to make that sale if you're trying to
Mm-hmm.
convince somebody. That's what I learned from Joel Rico. Wala pa akong nakita ganun kagaling magbenta na hindi naman talaga nagbebenta. Yeah. So kind, the kindest person you will ever meet, right? And mahal siya. Like, all the top real estate brokerages like Keller Williams, Remax, they all hire him for his sales training. Hi, Sir Ambo. Been a reservation specialist for hotel rooms for. Doesn't matter. They don't care. All the client will care about, or the VA agency will care about, is, can you make the appointment?
I just thought of a very interesting question about sales and how it relates to selling yourself as a freelancer. How are we
What?
going to connect that? Yeah, selling
What do you
yourself
mean?
as a freelancer, finding a
Like
client.
on social media or your portfolio? Parang ganon.
Yeah, in general, in your portfolio, ganun. And then, how do you use the
How to use that
sales
concept?
concept of sales to selling yourself to the client?
So, and I don't have experience as a freelancer, right? I
Mm-hmm.
don't, because I've
Yes,
never
yes,
really been a freelancer. But if you
right.
were to ask me how I would sell myself to a freelancer, like, on your portfolio, put a video recording, like a really super engaging video recording of yourself. That is the only way they can actually get a sense of, oh, this is what they're like. This is they can actually see you walking, talking, breathing, you know, telling you about themselves, even like a 30-second video. That is the way that, for me, that's how I would sell myself. Because if you're just a profile and then you have your, your graphic designs and all that stuff, they're going to be looking at like 25 profiles just today with portfolios. But if yours is the only one with a video recording, kasi hindi naman uso dito sa Pinas yung video recording, diba? Yours
Mm-mm.
is the only one with a video recording, and you actually, let's say you hired a filmmaker, diba? Talagang pinag-isipan mo. Naghanap ka ng like a film student, or somebody who's like done some video directing, mga ganyan. Ano yung pinakamagandang, di ba? Like on Legally Blonde, remember Elle Woods? She hired a Coppola to do her admissions essay for university. Prepare for it that way. Di ba parang
Mm.
preparing for an interview? Prepare for the hardest interview you've ever had. Like, if you're doing a video recording, it's not enough to just put up your phone and do like 30 seconds and talk about yourself. No. Imagine that you are up for a job for Elon Musk. Let's say he's looking at the final 5 to be his, I don't know, UI UX designer, and you're one of the final 5. And he's in Bora Bora. So you cannot go over to Bora Bora and interview for Elon Musk. He's going to watch you on video. He's going to see you on Zoom, mga ganyan. What kind of video will you send Elon Musk? Will it be just a phone na nilagay mo yan for 30 seconds? No. You go out and you prepare for that video recording like you've never prepared for any video recording ever. Like your life depends on it. And then, pag shinaping kayo ng client, it's very easy for a client to click play on your video, right? Make it very easy for them to click play, whether it's a Vimeo recording or you put it on YouTube or, whatever it is. Mas madali i-play yung video recording mo rather than go through 2 pages on your resume and then 5 pages on your portfolio. If it was me, I would just click on the video recording and I'd be like, I like what I see. Let's check his portfolio. Top of the list. That's how I would make an impact if I was a freelancer. And I don't think it happens enough to people. As a VA, do I have a video recording of myself out there somewhere? No, I don't. Why? Because I have a 10-year reputation. Okay? People, and I'm not boasting or anything, people try to pirate me.
Mm.
They try to hire me, like out from under my current job. Right? So it's already happened like 3 times this year. So I actually don't need a video recording. It's like I'm going on just my reputation. And this is just my interaction with them as clients or nirefer sila, or even on TikTok, they're watching my video and, there was this guy who was like, oh, you know what? We need a people manager. Would you be interested in that? Like, would you do something like that for $2,500 a month? And I'd be like, and I was like, I really appreciate that. And I'm sure it's a great opportunity, but
You can afford me.
yeah. No, I didn't say that. Like, you might want to consider like adding more to the 2,500 because I make more than that, like right now. So if you want me to consider it, like it has to be like a offer that I will seriously consider.
Yes, correct.
Right? I'm not gonna blow you off, but I'm gonna try to say it in the nicest way possible because, well, this is my reputation, right? So, yun lang. I hope that answers your question, but yeah. Once I have I'm planning to interview my sister, mas marami siyang ganong kwento. Because, like, so she's in recruitment. So she's in a very niche recruitment job. Yung mga clients niya talagang Fortune 500, like Morgan Stanley, mga ganyan. So, she's got even more, like, kwento na mga ganun. And she does have like a super, super, super great track record when it comes to recruitment. She's known as being like very, very professional and, always meeting her quotas and stuff like that. And then like everyone she's interviewed only has like good feedback about her, and they always remember her because of her accent, right? So
That's a good thing if you can actually bargain based on, di ba, the reputation that you already have. Tapos, someone will go against you with less experience or even I wouldn't say weaker portfolio, but um, I don't know how to describe it, pero hindi, yung person hindi pa nila na-achieve yung status na meron ka. Now, if that's the case, and if you are really confident that you can take the job, what would be your advice to those people that, let's say, going against someone like you in the same field and same app, gunning for the same position, gunning for the same job?
Um, well, good luck to them. I mean, I have no issues with that whatsoever. I think the more the merrier, and like may the best person win. And I know that I'm not a fit for everyone, like, and that other person is not a fit for everyone as well. So it's going to be down to the client. If we have like similar port- portfolios, profiles, and personality types, whatever, like it's really going to be up to the client, right? Like, siguro, ano na yan eh, gut feel, gut instinct, na parang, I just feel like we have a symbiosis na parang ganon. But I've even interviewed people when I asked them, what do you see the trajectory of your career in the next 5 years? And they're like, well, I'd like to be an operations director like yourself. And I'd be like, great. I have no problems with ambition. I admire the ambition. But if you're not doing anything about it, then that's all it's going to be. Is it's going to be a pipe dream.
And then we go back to the thing that we discussed earlier about having a vision. You know, you're gunning for that position, you're gunning for that job, and then you don't see yourself on that position. Then how are you gonna deal with it? Or what's going to be your plan if puro lang ambition, but we don't have the right vision on how we should actually end up to that, goal.
I mean, if it was me in the place of the applicant, and I told the interviewer, you know what, I want your job. Okay, so what's the next step? You want my job? Do you know what I do?
Mm.
You want my job, but do you know everything that I do? Why don't you
But
ask? Again, it's the like you said,
uh,
inquiring mind, right?
mm,
You can't be afraid to ask questions. You have to really ask. Like, you can't just want something and then you
expect
don't
that
even
people
really
hand
know
it
what it
over to
is.
you.
Yeah, right? It's like looking at something in a shop window and going, oh, that's a diamond, I want that. And then when you buy it and it's glass, before you want something, find out what it is. Like, what is it that you want? All you're seeing is a title.
Right.
All you're seeing is like director of operations. Do you know what a director of operations does? If you knew all the things that I would do, that I do, I guarantee you, 90%, that would be like, not for me. I welcome the ambition. I like ambition. I like seeing the ambition. But, you know, now we go down. Now we go down to the next level. Okay. Do you know what my job is? Do you know what I do? No.
Mm.
Uh, what have you done in your past that will help you to prepare for this kind of a role? O baka naisip mo lang ngayon lang sa interview.
Mm.
Kasi pabibukid ka, di ba? Right?
That actually relates to the common interview question na how do you see yourself 5 years from now?
That's where it all starts, right? I have never. I've met a few applicants who are like, well, in 5 years, I would also like to be a director of operations. I would like to be operations manager. I would like to be. I've met a lot of those. But when I ask them, oh, okay, so what have you done in the last, in your past that's kind of, since this is your dream, this is your vision, like, what have you done to sort of try to get there? I've never met somebody who's like, Well, my course is actually management. And then when I was at the BPO, call center, I made sure that I got promoted to STL, and then I got promoted to, the next level after that. And now I'm looking to work from home. So what I've done is I've applied to take my master's in blah blah blah, or I've actually done a course on blah. I was thinking that I would like this niche, um, but I understand that like a technical understanding is blah 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 blah, and I really want to grow in this niche because it's fast growing and there's not a lot of people in this yet. Wala pa akong na-meet na ganun ka prepared, ganun ka planado,
Mm-mm.
which tells me a lot. And it's again, it's sad that the number of applicants that I talk to, there is no one who's really planning their life that way. Na, yes, gusto ko umakit sa corporate ladder. Oh, pwede pala umakit ng corporate ladder virtually. That's what I want to do. So what I'm going to do, I actually took up a VA course on like, virtual tools, blah, 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 blah. And I chose this niche of digital marketing, or I chose this niche of, SEO, or I chose this niche of podcast management because I do want to climb the corporate ladder, but now I figured I can do it virtually. So that's what I'm going to do. Like, there is nobody yet who is that decided and that planned and that purposeful. Wala pa. If I meet somebody like that, just based on that conversation, I'll be like, you're hired. Would you like to be my assistant? If I meet someone like that, I'll be like, would you like to work with me? I need an assistant. Switch lang. Switch.
Sir Ambo, what's up, what's up? Are you still on shift? Baka may link ka to free training. May mga ano tayo, future generation VAs looking for free training. Maybe training to help them kind of decide what they want to be. And can I just say also, sa mga applicant, yung mga nag-a-apply. So usually, di ba, mag-a-apply kayo, tapos it asks for your email address, di ba? They might ask for your Skype link or your Facebook link, mga ganon. Please, wag kayo magbigay ng Facebook profile, email addresses, or na medyo controversial yung pangalan. For example, yung binigay mo na email is sugarbabyforyou@gmail.com.
Doesn't sound professional.
It's not professional, guys. Like, I've actually seen yung mga emails, tapos yung mga, yung parang Facebook profile na, alam mo, parang revealing, and it's a little bit rude, right? Like, if you want to do ang girlfriend mong sexy @gmail.com, like, save that for your boyfriend. Like, don't send that in as a professional email. Like, what are you thinking? Sa totoo lang. Like, ano bang iniisip mo? Trabaho ang ina-applyan mo. Feeling mo, saan ka nag-a-apply sa Pegasus? Right?
If you don't have that kind of email, make one. Free lang naman.
Oo, gawa kayo ng specific email. I-separate nyo po yung emails for work and then emails for other shit that you do. And make sure that it helps if your email has your name. Okay? Kung
and don't give out your social media if it doesn't really, exudes professionalism on your end. Kasi what's the point of sharing your social media accounts if it doesn't relate much to what you are trying to apply or at least
And on the other hand, wag niyo ibigay yung social media links nyo kapag closed yung profile. How is anyone gonna contact you? Nagbigay nga kayo ng link sa Facebook, hindi naman kayo ma-DM doon. Sarado yung profile. What's the point of you giving the social media link? It drives my husband crazy na binibigay sa kanya yung mga ganong social media profile. It doesn't help anyone. And moreover, if somebody gives me a profile of their Facebook tapos sarado, anong unang isipin ko? May tinatago ka. Okay? May tinataguan ka. Okay? Marami kang utang or there's some personal shit that's going down that's not good. Kasi may tinataguan ka eh. Diba? Kung gano'n ang kaso mo sa Facebook mo or TikTok or Twitter or whatever, wag mo na lang ibigay yung link mo. Kung sarado yung profile mo. Same with the Skype link.
If you're
Diba?
not there all the time naman.
Yeah, and if you don't use it, if you're not there, if you don't answer your DMs or close yung profile mo in that link, wag nyo ilagay. For the sake lang of may mailagay. No. I mean, guys, work, like professionalism, it's up to this standard. So don't send your email na your fatassqueen@gmail.com. Diba? I mean, maybe you got an African boyfriend and he really likes your, you know, your jello, and that's fantastic. I don't need to know that. Honestly, ang dami. Ang dami nagsisend. Tsaka, pag nag-apply kayo nakalagay doon, how did you learn, doon sa amin how did you learn about the, hey, Coach Isa. Yan. Tiga ano yan? Tiga Riva Assist. Ay, PWD ma'am, you might want to apply kina Coach Isa. Real estate VA agency sila. So, yeah. If you have a background in sales, you might want to apply to them. Okay. So, ang dami ko napapansin how did you hear about blah 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 company? Or who were you referred by? I was referred by my friend.
Like, whose friend?
Does it help me? Do I know your friend? Lalo na kami. We have a referral program. So, pag who referred you, ilagay mo yung pangalan na nag-refer sa'yo. Don't put in, I was referred by my friend.
Like who?
You know, yeah. You know how many times I've seen that? Jesus Lord. Yes, ma'am. I-add niyo po si Coach Isa. And Coach Isa does a lot of free training, like on branding and stuff like that. So you really want to follow her. You know, make sure that you catch her lives. I think more on day shift when she does her lives. And it's free as well. So that's a person with a good heart. So seriously, guys, like, tulad sa amin, pag may nag-refer sa'yo, if you get hired, they get $50. So sayang, di ba? E di kausapin nyo, uy, di mo sinabi sa akin na may $50 ko, hati tayo. Alam mo yung iba, wise. Hindi nila sinasabi $50. They're like, they go to a Facebook group, tapos hahakot sila. Hey, no problem. Hahakot sila ng mga, magpo-post sila, so hahakot sila. Tapos, apply on this link, make sure that you put me as your referral, mga ganyan-ganyan. Tapos, i-chat pa sila, halimbawa, nasa GC, uy, may interview schedule ka, congratulations. Pag na-hire ka, lilibre kita ng pag nagka-client ka, lilibre kita ng Starbucks, na ganto-ganto, ganyan-ganyan. Kaya sa interview, binibiro ko, like, so you believe your friend, like, who told, yung mga referral, like, so you believe everything that your friend told you. Yes, of course, that we're close, we're, high school pa kami magkakilala. Really? Okay. Did she tell you that if you get hired by a client, she's getting $50? No. See? Meron nga nag-reveal sa akin. Sabi niya po, lilibre niya ako ng Big Mac meal. Sabi ko, magkano Big Mac meal? Mga 350, 370 pesos. Wow, generous naman. Sabi ko, kaso, pag na-hire ka, ang matatanggap niya is $50. So, that's like 3.8. Right? So, kumita pa rin siya. Kahit ilibre ganyan. thing map,
Mm-mm.
which just goes to prove exactly what you said, Kochi, na parang
It's
inquiring minds, like
important.
probing lahat ng tanongin nyo na. So PWD mom, you have to follow Coach Isa, and then if she follows you back, you can DM her. Okay.
Um, that's it for me for today. Thank you so much for spending the time. I really enjoyed our live today because I have a very important meeting right now. I have to go.
Okay.
Thank you, madam.
All right.
Next
I'll
time
miss
ulit.
you. Yeah,
Promise.
next time.
Ang haba nung live Promise. Ang
I
dami
know,
na
right?
pag-usapan.
And thank you, like all the like, I think hindi bumaba sa 9 or 8 yung not
Yeah.
consistent. So
Yeah.
thank you
Definitely.
guys.
It's very
Yeah,
productive.
yeah, I'm glad it was. Opened up a lot of topics. All right, I'll see you later. Add mo ko sa AFB. We have to talk about the podcast.
Ay, sure. Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. Have a great morning po.
Yeah, you too. Mag-backread ka po, PWD mom. Dito sa Riva Cyst. Okay? Riva Cyst. Invite na nga natin. Celebrity yan si Coach Isa. Isa po, Isa. Ayan, so Riva Sis to go. That's her profile. Tapos yung profile pic niya has a big R. So Y. YSSA. Riva Sis. Si Coach Isa. May mga free training po siya, so dapat abangan niyo yan. So Riva Assist is like, they're a very famous VA agency. They're quite a big VA agency. Riva Assist to go. Yan, Coach Isa, yan. Perfect. Ask her if they have any, if they're still hiring for like ISAs, appointment setter, and let her know that you have a sales background. So, ayan. Baka ma-hire yan. Starbucks ko ah. Joke. Starbucks ko ah, pag-hire ka. Joke lang. What else? Thank you so much for Madam. Do they accept no experience? I don't know. I don't work there. So si Coach Isa, she works there. So you should follow her and then maybe watch some of her videos. And then if she doesn't follow you back, then comment ka sa videos niya. So para mapansin ka. It helps to make connections in this business. And then once you make a connection or relationship, alagaan niyo yun. You nurture the relationship. What else? Social media links, what? Wala si Ben, hindi nag-join. Ask for assistance. If you will only Riva assist to go, is that Facebook or ano po? TikTok. TikTok niya. Riva assist. Is there a way to type that in? Riva assist. Hindi ko alam kung magkano ano nila. I have no idea. I've never worked for Riva Assist. Who's on Twitter? No problem. Good luck with that. Make sure you prepare for the interview. Kung mag-apply ka as ISA or appointment setter, hindi ko alam ang process nila, but yung process namin dati is parang may mock role play. So, papa-role playing ka. Yung ginagawa ko dati, because I used to manage like a team of about 10 ISAs. So, people who want to join sales support, I'll give them a script. I'll say, here's the script, take 10 minutes to learn it, and then come back, and then I'll do a role play with you. So, you kind of, maybe they do it that way, I don't know, but you have to be prepared for anything. Like, because, being on calls everything is very spontaneous. So you just got to be prepared for anything. Wait lang. Kyle, kailan ka magbe-video? Sa Coursera pala. Sorry. Sorry. Namamatay na. Turn it off. It's about social issues. Engage your audience with Instagram stories. Measuring creative effectiveness, measurement foundations. Build a community. I don't fit the mold. Never know, they might be flexible. So I'll end today's session in about 17 minutes. So I don't know who else is in there. So if you've still got some questions, then just put them in the chat. Weekly. Nice. $55,000. Ay, ako pa. Deep work. What? What? $74, 47 plus 47. Okay, that's it. $74 times. What's up? What's up? Credit card payments. Tell us your name and add a project you'd like to highlight from your portfolio. I don't have a portfolio. Share on the forum. Upload an image to your profile. Hey Edda. Yeah, no worries, girl. Yeah, just DM me if you have any questions, you know. Cover image. So I'm actually taking this course from Domestika, and it was a really good deal. I just need to finish it today, and then I need to do like half of the Lauren Wrighton training program. Thank you. Yeah, you too, Edda. Yeah, you go, lion girl, lioness girl. See you in a bit, love. So like everyone else who's trying to transition to something, I'm trying to transition as well, and I want to transition to podcasting, like podcast management and stuff like that. Oh crap, this is too big. Like, ew. And the reason why I want to transition to podcast management is like there's not a lot of people that do it that much yet, and I want to work less, so I need to work less because I work a lot in my current role, so I actually need to work less. And I would love to work with maybe, I don't know, 3 clients. Because I would like to go back to training, like training for boxing, Muay Thai stuff, and give me more time for that, and pursue other, you know, things. Tell us something about yourself. Shit. So I'm in the middle of taking a course on storytelling and a course on podcast management, and I want to get through like half of that today, and then I have to do like my content for TikTok, but that's all kind of mapped out. So today I'll be doing this is the part where you failed your interview for media buyers, as well as, I don't know, maybe designers, or maybe even website developers. What do you want to learn? Okay, I want to learn that. This one. This one, this one. That's about it. Professional headline. Director of Operations. Digital Marketing. There we go. At home. Sure. Schools where you've studied. What? Oh, dear Lord. I don't remember. 1997. Contact details. Well, Facebook do. When you get audio from clients, they typically stereo or mono. I was not expecting every file to import as stereo. I split to mono and use one. Okay, that makes sense. So she's sick. She where was I? Website. Yeah, my phone number's useless too. Save changes. Okay. Now what? Yes, I have. Share your influences. Share on the forum. I don't know. Who am I in? Fell in love with the Wizard of Oz. Shit. Eh. Oh my god. No freaking idea. Here are some of my influences. What a hard question. Sylvia Plath. Sylvia Plath. Black Sabbath, yes, the band. Session work for metal. As it comes in. Shit, that's all really dark, okay? Sylvia Plath, Black Sabbath. Is that Robert Frost? Robert. Morning as it hardened on the wall. Who wrote that? The Going. Who wrote The Going? Who wrote The Going? Not that. Is that Thomas Hardy? The Going by Thomas Hardy. There you go, Thomas Hardy. You guys don't read poetry, do you? So Thomas Hardy, and then D.H. Lawrence. There you go. I know that's about it. So I'm doing a course right now called The Art of Storytelling for Freelancers and Creators. And one of the exercises is to share your influences. So influences for telling a story, Black Sabbath, okay, and that's the heavy metal band. D.H. Lawrence, Sylvia Plath, the poet, and Thomas Hardy. So Thomas Hardy so they're all poets. Sylvia Plath, and she committed suicide. Thomas Hardy, yeah, all my influences are a little bit like cryptic, right? And then D.H. Lawrence. So D.H. Lawrence wrote, I don't know if you watched G.I. Jane, but that poem that was quoted in that movie is one of my favorite poems. So those are my influences. Okay. Develop your hero's journey. Right? Yeah, I'm already in the course. Hello. I'm going to try to finish this today. This is where the adventure begins. You can start by watching the first video or not. What's important is make the most out of each unit. Okay. So I did the first two. Where to find me online? Domestico, Instagram, and shit, I have to, am I following you? Follow. Why do they need a GoFundMe when her sister is in Australia? I mean, she can help, right? Jesus Lord. Steve Jobs, Chuck Palahniuk, and Pixar. This is the workbook you'll be using throughout the course. Go ahead, download it and print it. I'm not going to print it. Storytelling workbook. But I'm going to see if I can upload it to my Notion. Next unit. Finding your story. How you can find your own story to tell. How to hit the ground running by writing the first draft. Everyone has a story to tell. Okay. Story, how to structure your story.
What tell me the most is son. I don't really have an interesting story. My life's not that interesting. And I felt kind of that way too. I actually secretly hope that I had some crazy rock bottom moment.
Thanks guys. I'm just going to finish my 2 courses, okay?